welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in this video, I have all of the Applecore playlist in a movie format, and this is start to finish us decorating the island. So stay tuned, and I hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps the channel, and I hope you enjoy it. Alright, see ya. I'm Jessa, and in today's video we are going to be making some progress on the island, which is going to be including making a new ringtone for our island, but also I want to display our new flag, which I'll show you in a little bit. So we recently just paid off one of our loans, and now we're moving up in the world. We have more storage space, so I love that for us because I was struggling. My house was just full of items for a long time, so now we have room for more decorations. So this is the flag we have. There was a flag already preset in here, and I just changed it so it looked like Apple. So partially I made it, I guess you could say. I just changed it up a little bit. I thought it was cute. We are also going to be changing the little ringtone. I don't know what it's called, but what plays on your island tune. And I'm going to do that real quickly. Also, I don't want to tell you the song, but if you can guess it in the comments, that would be super cool. I'll let you listen to it. 1 second. Anyways, if you think you know it, leave a comment down below. It's a very popular song. It's usually on the radio a lot, so just keep that in mind. I'm also going to be designing the outside of my house. I haven't yet changed it, so I'm going to try to make it kind of look like Apple's house. So I'm going to make it pink and kind of like the clay texture on the outside, and then we're going to do a light colored roof, and then we'll just do like a pink door, which I think looks pretty cute. When I decorate the villager houses, I also want to make their houses look like Apple's house. Just a heads up. But first, we do need to get Apple on this island, which is sad that we don't have her yet. But one day. Look how cute that flag looks. I was very proud of myself. Okay, so we are going to be doing some terraforming. If you saw in the thumbnail, we are actually going to be decorating this area by the airport. Also, look at this cute little snow globe. I got it in one of the balloons that you pop. I thought it was pretty cute. But I have to move all of these flowers and trees because I'm going to be terraforming all around here. So I'm going to start by doing that. And I'm just going to move these onto the beach because I don't really need to be growing mass amounts of flowers anymore because I have plenty. So I'm back and I digged up all of the flowers and I cut down the trees because I also have a lot of trees. So I didn't even move them into my storage. I just cut them down. But now we have plenty of room to terraform this area. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to make cliffs on either side, and I had a vision for this that I would make a river in between, I guess, and then I would have a bridge going into resident services. I don't know if I explained that good, but when I designed my island on the Island Designer website, that's kind of how I wanted it. I'll pull it up in a second and I'll show you, but that's what I imagined. But when I was picking out my map, the resident services, this was the closest map to what I wanted, but resident services is a little bit too close. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to have a diagonal bridge, and I'm also not very good at waterscaping. So we'll see. It might just be straight across if we can't make it work. Also, yeah. Sahara is actually locked in right now. She does actually stay there throughout the video, so don't mind her. But let's go get a bridge I don't have a lot of bells, but I did want the wood one or the stone one. Maybe this flat one will honestly look pretty well. I wish there was like a pink bridge or white. Why don't they have more colors? Honestly, I wish in the update they would have gave us more bridge and inclines in general. But I'm gonna put the bridge right here. I couldn't get it to be a diagonal, unfortunately, but I think this will also look very cute. So fortunately for us, I have been growing a lot of crops, so I will be able to pay this off in this video. But I'm not exactly done with terraforming because I want to do like a second level on both sides of these cliffs, and I want to have waterfalls like going into our tiny little river right here. So that's what I just did instantly, and I really have been loving the waterfalls that I've been doing, like in my last video and then in this video. The vibe of this island, like I want a lot of terraforming and a lot of waterfalls, and this is the other side of the cliff, and I'm just placing down a couple custom codes like this rock, and we're gonna put decorations up here and flowers and all that. I just want to get the codes down real quick, and the cliffs are pretty much done. Just adding a little bit more waterfall back here, and I think that looks pretty cute. Alright, so I'm going to add some custom codes on this side, and then we'll start with some flowers that I have. If you didn't already know, the main color palette of this island is pink, white, like light blue. So that is what we're going for, and I have a bunch of white and pink flowers already, so we're going to be using some of those. And that looks pretty cute. I also have a bunch of gyroids, so of course I'm going to use them up. I have been like customizing them with my workbench, so I've been making them like cute girly colors, so I love that. And we are going to add some glow moss and some more flowers up here, which looks pretty cute. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Maybe a little garden bunny. I'm so glad that I unlocked Wordle's catalog because I've been buying up so much stuff. Like, I've been having to check my mail every day, and I have like 10 items because I keep buying from his catalog every day, and then I buy from the Nook app on your phone too. So I'm getting a bunch of items that way. And if you didn't already know, I think it's like 20 vacation houses in Happy Home Paradise. It's around 20, but after 20 you can talk to Wardell and he'll let you order like the items that you've been using to decorate, and that has really helped with getting items. I do plan on also doing the hotel. I've been kind of holding off on that, but I think I might do like all of the rooms and make a video of it, because I also want to get some of the new items from the update that you can only get from the hotel. And I thought you could go to the hotel and like look through their shop, but you can't actually buy anything till you do one hotel room. But you can get tickets from Captain by like selling your DIY items to him. So that's pretty lame, because I thought you could at least buy some of the items, but you can't buy any of them. So I'm gonna have to do the hotel soon. So stay tuned for that. And I'm putting down my custom dirt path that I used in my last video. And this will be the main path for my whole island. And as you can see, Sahara is still here. I feel kind of bad that we imprisoned her over here. And she's also kind of in the way. But that's okay. We just have a friend. Maybe she's helping us, but that's pretty much all we're gonna do over here. And then I'm gonna do a little bit of decorating on this side with some bushes. And of course Chatter is in the way. I don't have any fully grown ones right now, so we'll just have to plant them. and I'm going to put some path down here. And I'm going to fill it all the way in. And behind this path, I'm going to have terraforming, but I'll do that in another video. Because we're going to have the campsite around this area. So this is where the path is going. I know it just looks like it connects to nowhere, but it'll connect to the campsite eventually. Do you see these guys? Like, they're just in the way. I love Bob, and Cheddar's okay, but like, come on. First it was Sahara, now it's them. Also, I've been love using these little teddy bears and like the bunny ones. I think they're so cute. Also, I am aware that I will have to fix the path because when you pay it off, like, you can actually put more path closer to the bridge. You might not understand what I'm saying till I buy the bridge, but I'll show you what I mean when I time travel to the next day. But we're just finishing up this area right here. We're gonna pay off our little loan, or whatever it's called, donations. And that is it. This is the finished result. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, notification bell if you want to stay notified. And thank you so much for watching. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video we are going to be organizing and pretty much making a very practical farm. So I want the farm to be still like very cute, but I also want it to be able to produce a lot of vegetables because that is the main way that I'm making bells on this island. If you didn't already know, this island I'm not using treasure islands and I'm not using custom codes unless I make them myself. So I am grinding to get bells. I just removed all of these flowers so I can make room for all of my crops. I know it doesn't look like I have much right now, but I will be getting more. I am first removing this bridge because it's my like starter bridge, and I do want to get a different bridge to replace it, but I have to do some waterscaping and terraforming to complement it, I guess. Like, I want to make some cliffs and waterfalls to make it look super cute. Alright, so it is the next day, and Leaf is here. I love that for us because now we can buy more vegetables. Okay, so here's my items that I have setting out, and this is the area I want to waterscape. I am gonna try and bring the river closer to resident services and fill up some of the land that is by Nook's Cranny, just so I can have more room for all of my crops. And I am going to be using like all of them. So I have sugarcane, carrots, tomatoes, pumpkins, all of it. So right now I'm just filling in all of this water. And I will be doing some terraforming, some portions to like kind of separate where Nook's Cranny and Able Sisters are. Because I want the farm area to be separate than the like market place. So on each side of the bridge, which I don't have the bridge set out yet, but I'm making these cliffs and I'm going to have waterfalls going into the rivers, like the river mouths. And that is what I'm doing now. I'm building up this cliff, and this is kind of how I always terraform. I kind of like set out the like perimeter and then I fill it in and then I smooth out the corners. So I'm going to finish up this side of the cliff and then going to move on to the other side, and I'm going to make a very similar cliff down here, and it's going to connect the river mouth to the little spot of water in the middle where the bridge is going to go. So I'm just filling it in, and I am going to make these second stories too, and then we'll have our waterfalls that will flow from the river mouth, and it'll look pretty awesome. Also, I would like to mention that the museum is not staying over there. It's just there temporarily, but I do have plans to move it up on the like second level of my island behind Nook's Cranny and Able Sisters. So yeah, that is just temporary. I know it's very close to these cliffs and looks kind of weird, but don't worry. The museum will be moving pretty soon, and I have some very big ideas for that decoration. I want to do like an outside exhibit type build, so stay tuned for that. So it did take quite a bit of fiddling around to get the waterfall just the way I wanted it. And I'm moving on to this cliff over here, and we are going to make a waterfall that connects both rivers. And I think this looks pretty cool, so I'm going to be putting down some custom codes, and I'm placing the bridge right now. And let's see how it looks. I think it looks pretty good. I think the cliff needs to be a little bit closer on the other side, but we'll fix that later. And fortunately, I do have enough bells to pay for this bridge outright, and I contribute that to my money trees that I'm planting every day and my crops. So it is the next day, and I have a rough draft of where I want the path, like the little squares, and I also moved all of my crops in like the areas that I wanted them, and I put some dirt path under them. So it is quite a bit of crops, and I have to fill in this cliff back here just because I wanted to like separate Nook's Cranny and Able Sisters from the farm area, because the Able Sisters and Nook's Cranny is going to be a whole different area. I want it to be kind of like a mall, or I don't know if you've ever been to Claire's. Like I want it like super girly and pink, and I have like shopping carts and all kinds of cute items that I can use for like mall themed. So that I'm very excited for because I haven't really built anything like that, but that'll be in another video. Right now I am placing my path, and I did make this one myself, like all the other codes, so I can't take full credit for it. I did watch a tutorial. I did attempt to make this path by myself without watching a tutorial, and it came out really bad, so I caved in and I searched up dirt path on YouTube and I watched the first video. I did reach out to the creator of the tutorial and they did not respond. I wanted to credit them in my video or like, shout them out, but I'm a small creator, so they didn't ever respond. And if they do and they allow me to like say their name, I will in the comments down below. But moving on, I am filling in this path, and I like the new game mechanics, like the scooting, I guess. I think it looks really funny, like watching it all sped up. But I think this path came out really cute, and I got these little flower circles, which are adorable. Again, I watched a tutorial for the flower circles also. And no shame, if you don't have Nintendo Online, it's a really good resource using YouTube to make your own. So I highly recommend that. And I have a bunch of path in the middle of my crops. So we have a little walkway. It looks pretty cute. I'm alternating the plain dirt with the, the flower dirt, I guess, just to add some variation. And we'll put some dirt path over here because I want to put like a silo or some type of decoration back here. So I'm going to put a little dirt patch right here, as well as this little flower path. So I'm really curious on how much bells it would be to harvest all of these crops. Like if I watered them every single day and got like the max amount of crops. I'm going to assume it's quite a bit because right now I think I get like 80k, and that was before I planted like all of these like excess crops. And I have these cute little garden lanterns that I'm gonna place in the middle of these flower circles, and they're so cute. And I have my silo, and then a little bird bath, adorable, a barrel. So I don't have a whole lot of decorations. I am working with what I have, but I am gonna make the best out of what I do have. So I bought this gazebo, and it was very pricey, like a couple of thousand Nook miles, which was kind of crazy. And I do have some storefronts, and I'm gonna make like a building back here, like a little farm building, I guess. And I just like the way that looks. That's pretty cute. And I have this little wagon in the blue color. And we have some string lights, of course. Very cute. I wish they could get a little bit closer to the bridge, which is a little annoying, but that's okay. And I don't have any fully grown bushes, so I will be growing some right now. But we're gonna time travel a couple days anyway, so it's okay. And we have a little log bench. More garden lanterns. So I also am going to be placing some fruit trees like in the holes, as you can see them on the screen, because I have a bunch of them on the other side of my island, and fruit is one, really good gifts for your villagers, and two, it's always good to have because you can also sell them, and sometimes it's one of the Nook Mile Plus tasks, which if you need Nook Miles, it's very helpful to do those. And I have a little bit of fencing I'm putting around the area for decoration, along with some flowers that I've been growing. As you can see, all my flowers on the beach, per usual. Right now, my storage in my house is completely full. My house is full of furniture, like the rooms, just random furniture right now. So I can't put any flowers in my storage because I don't have storage for rocks right now. So they're gonna go on the beach, which is fine because that would take up so many storage spaces if I put all my flowers in there. I don't think it would be worth it. I have a couple of bushes that are grown. I found them somewhere, I guess. And I have the little beehive, and I have been talking to Flick every time he's on my island. So I do have some bug models, which one of my favorite decorations are the bug models. And we're going to put a little barrel right here and a gyroid. And here's just a little butterfly. And we have a log bench, more gyroids, and gnomes everywhere. I love using gnomes and gyroids. If this is your first video of me, you probably don't know that, but like in every build, I just love using them. That and duck decoys and bunnies, love it. So I'm placing my flowers around. I have white, pink, and that's the color theme of this island is like white, pink, blue, maybe a little bit of purple. And I am going to be decorating up here. So I have a couple of custom codes going down just to add a little decoration. And some rocks, some flower circles, and let's put some trees up here. And we'll match the fencing from down below. And we'll have glow moss and flowers and bushes. So I think I'm going to put like a picnic blanket up here, and it'll be like a stargazing area, which will be pretty cute. I did make a little, I think it's plaid or gingham. It's a picnic blanket. So I'm going to place that down, and I have a little lace rim that I made. And that looks pretty cute. All I need is my telescope, and here it is. So now you can watch the stars, look at the planets up here. So cute. Also, Francine in the background is adorable. And I am going to decorate these cliffs because if I don't do it now, I will procrastinate it for a very long time, and I don't want to do that. So I want to stay on top of things. So I'm just going to place my flowers, and these are so hard to navigate, these cliffs. It is pretty annoying, but that's okay. We're going to place our bushes and our flowers. And I don't have a whole lot of decorations to go up here, so we're just going to stick with like flowers and bushes and glow moss. I wanted to put some trees up here, but they are not going to fit. This cliff is way too small. But that is okay, because we are finishing up and we are almost done. A couple more codes just to fill in the area just a bit. Okay, I time traveled a couple days, and let's go check out this farm. And here it is. I think it's super cute. I love that all my crops are filled in. and I will report back to you, not in this video, but in a different video, perhaps a short, on how much money or bells that I make from harvesting all of these crops, because I really want to know. But I'm assuming it's going to be quite a bit. But thank you guys so much for watching. If you made it all the way to the end, that is amazing. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Hello and welcome to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video, we are going to be doing a lot of terraforming at night, and we are going to be setting up for our campsite. So as you can see in the background, we do have shooting stars tonight, which I love, and I thought, you know, why not do some terraforming? So this is the area that I want to put the campsite and big cliffs behind resident services. So the first thing I'm going to do is kind of lay out a outline of where I want the campsite to be and where I'm going to put the incline, because the campsite's going to be up on the cliff. And as you can see, I do have some dirt path right there, and that's where I was going to put a villager house, but after terraforming, I realized there's really not a lot of room for all that, so that's just, it's going to be there throughout the video, just disregard that. I'm not going to put a house there. But right now I'm filling in the big chunk of cliff that I'm going to put the campsite on. And we're going to be terraforming for quite a while, so if you want to skip this part, I start actually decorating at 4 minutes 31 seconds, so skip ahead. We're just going to be chit-chatting and talking away, okay? Anyways, I have already filled in my big outline of where I wanted the bottom layer of the cliffs, and now I'm just building up the second layer, and there's going to be quite a few waterfalls up here. As you can see, I kind of want it to connect to the rivers behind us because I think it will look very cool. Okay, so I'm not the best at waterscaping, but I am trying to make these rivers connect up. But I eventually do get it. It does take a little bit of breaking the water and then putting it back down to get it to where I want it. But this is where I'm placing the incline. But first I wanted to try to catch the spider, and it did not work. I am so bad at catching bugs in general. I don't even know why I thought I was able to catch that. I know there's a trick to do it. I have just not mastered it. We're picking out our incline, and we have a log staircase, which I think will look pretty cute. And we're also going to be moving the campsite, so we're going to do both of them at the same time. And I have barely any bells, so let's see. I might have some in my my bank account on the Nook machine, so we'll have to see if I'll be able to pay it off. I believe I do, because I have a giant garden, so I've been selling vegetables to get bells. That and planting my money trees every day. But we're gonna do a couple cliffs up here and some waterfalls, and that looks pretty cute. I'm gonna start putting some trees down, and I have some bushes to put. I kind of like to map out where I'm going to put my items by putting my trees first, because I do like having trees on my cliffs, and there's only so much space that you can put them, limited amounts of area. So putting those down first, and the bushes, it's pretty cute. I'm going to add more trees, but that's what I have for now. And we are going to be time traveling pretty soon to the next day, just so we can have everything built up. But I'm going to put down this fencing real quick, and it kind of matches the incline, so that's why I'm using that. I also don't have a whole lot of fencing options, so I am using what I have. But I think that looks pretty cute for the campsite. And we'll just put it right here. And I really like that. I think that's adorable. Very nice. And that's it for tonight. Let's time travel to the next day. Look at those cliffs. So pretty. They'll look a lot better once we have more decorations on them. Alright, it is actually a couple days later. Unfortunately, I did forget about the campsite. So I don't know why these villagers keep asking to leave my island. I feel like I'm not time traveling that much for them to be asking like every other day that I log in. But we are not letting Chrissy leave the island just yet. We just got Francine, her supposedly sister. I don't know if that's like canon, but they look like sisters, so they might as well be. Anyways, we are putting down our dirt path, and we're gonna be covering most of the area. I'm gonna have it like in certain spots, and then we'll put our little tents and decorations down on top of it. And I think this path looks so adorable. Like, I love the little pink flowers on it. So it is going to be our main path for this island. I haven't gotten around to making another one, but I really wanted to try and attempt to make a brick path for like the neighborhood areas, but we'll see about that. I've tried making paths by myself and they usually come out pretty bad. I did have to use a tutorial for this one, if that says anything. So we'll have to wait and see if the inspiration and creativity comes to me to make one. But we just have these big splotches of path, and I'm just filling them in. Also, I do have a tiny bit of an update. So I did end up buying the Switch 2, which I told myself I wasn't going to for a long time because it's expensive and, you know, there's not a new Animal Crossing game. But I ended up buying it, and I'm actually recording on it right now. And I personally cannot tell the difference if it looks any better. But if you feel differently, or you're like, whoa, this is noticeably better, let me know in the comments on your thoughts about it. Anyways, with that being said, that means I can have 2 islands now. So that's pretty awesome. I might be making a forever island on my old Switch. So that is in the works. I'm working on that. And stay tuned for that if you're interested. I've never had a forever island because I've reset my island so many times. So we'll see how that goes. And the campsite's going to be kind of basic. We're just going to do our normal like decorating with flowers, glow moss, gyroids, and other cute little items. I have a bunch of gnomes and bunnies we can use. I love using the bunnies. Also, this hammock, very cute, very cute. And I'm loving these little kids' tents. I think they are adorable, and they really match the theme. Also, my island just looks so much better in cherry blossom season. So we might be like time traveling back and forth just to stay in season. I don't know if that's super weird, but I love the pink trees. I think they just add so much to the island. Also, I will address the back part of this video because I did build up more cliffs in the background behind those houses, and there's a bridge. I didn't get footage of it. I didn't record it, I guess. I thought I did, but I didn't, unfortunately. So we do have some cliffs in the background and a bridge built. That will be another decorating video. We'll just focus on the campsite and the cliffs behind the resident services. But the decorations in this area are looking super cute. I love the little glow moss stools and the little radio. And let's decorate these cliffs behind resident services. So it's going to be very natural, glow moss, flowers, and gyroids, of course. Look how adorable this one is. And we have some, I think they're blue or they're purple, flowers. And then we also have some more bushes that we can use. Also, I'm gonna incorporate some doll houses, which, if you didn't know, if you place a dollhouse, you can turn the lights on, and at night they look super cute. So we have a doll right there, but we're gonna put some doll houses down on the other cliffs, as well as some more plushies and a bunch more flowers. There we go. Let's fill it in with a couple of custom codes just so the flowers don't get too overgrown. I like to put some custom codes down to kind of maintain them a little bit. And we have some vines. And let's put these custom codes down. These are where I'm going to put the doll houses eventually. So we're going to fill in this area. And we have our glow moss and flowers. And I think the bridge in the background looks so cool from up here. I mean, I don't see us coming up here very often, but if we were, be a pretty cool area to hang out. And here is the doll houses that I got. So I'm going to turn them so they're facing front and then turn the lights on. And that looks so cute. And I have them in a couple colors. I have blue, pink, and the color I placed down first is actually brown, but it looks pretty cool. And we are just finishing up the area with more flowers and bushes back here. And then we'll add another dollhouse. Adorable. These will look really cool at night, I promise you. And one last gyroid to finish it off. So here is our finished campsite with our little tents. Adorable. I love the little snack on the ground. We have our hammock, and then we have our beautiful cliffs and waterfalls. I think it looks very, very cute, especially looking up at it. Adorable. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this, and maybe it gave you inspiration for your island. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Bye! Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video we are going to be decorating a couple villager yards. So originally this video was just going to be Mint's yard right here, but we are also going to be doing Ava's yard, and we're going to be decorating Bob's yard right over here. And we might connect it up to the campsite, but we'll see. So like I said earlier, we were just originally going to decorate Mint's yard, and I had a vision of a ice cream shop, mainly because her name is Mint, like mint ice cream. So we are going to be making a little ice cream shop in front of her house, which I know is a choice. But I recently came into possession of a bunch of like ice cream shop items from Wordle's catalog on Happy Home Paradise. So I've been getting a lot of very cute items, so I decided to build this ice cream shop today with those items. So I'm placing down a little stall with a little teddy bear. If you don't know, I love to decorate with teddy bears and bunnies, gyroids. So these are the items I was talking about, like the vintage ice cream scoop station, and I got this cute little sign. And we are going to be using some of the diner furniture in the color pink because I just felt like it looked pretty cute. And the sign I got custom, like, colored from Cyrus on Harv's Island. And we have some ice cream cones from Red, which I also got from Harv's Island. And we're going to put some seating over here. I know it might be weird to put a ice cream shop in the middle of like villager houses, but I wasn't really sure where else to put it, and I already had Mint's house here. So we are gonna be decorating up on this cliff also. So the first thing I'm gonna do is place down some custom codes, and then I have some doll houses, and these have been like a feature on this island now because the island's very cutesy and like girly. So we have a bunch of doll houses on the cliffs, and I turn the lights on, so at night it looks like little tiny houses with their lights on, and it's super cute. And I'm adding more custom codes. And let's add some vines so I can get up there and for decoration. And we're gonna just put down some codes on the back side, as well as some flowers and bushes and gyroids, of course. So the main theme and like coloring of the flowers are white, pink, purple, and green eventually, but I don't have any green mums right now. On this island, I don't use treasure islands, so I've been struggling in the flower department. But we have gnomes, and we have some other decorations to put up here, as well as some purple mums, which are pretty cute. And that is the cliff up there, and we're gonna add a little doll down here. I will be placing back the diner sign, but I wanted to get all the flowers and bushes down first because it's so big and it's hard to get around. But here is the "We're Open" sign for the ice cream shop. I think it's pretty cute, very vibrant, and it matches the flowers, the pink and purple, so I love that. Let's add some bushes to finish this area off. And that pretty much covers the cliffs up there. And now I'm going to start down here with Ava's yard and Bob's yard. And you might be wondering, well, maybe not. So Ava and Bob are temporary on this island. Ava was one of our starters, or an autofill, and Bob we took in a villager hunt because he was cute. But they both aren't on our dreamy list, so if they were to ask to leave, I would let them leave. So we might have to redo these yards depending on when they leave or if they leave, depending on who moves in. So I just felt kind of bad because I love Ava and Bob, and I felt, I don't know, kind of sad not decorating a yard for them. And I also had plenty of time because Mint's yard did not take long. I think it took maybe 15 minutes real time recording. So I was like, I might as well just finish up this little neighborhood section. And I have plenty of items to make it cute. So I'm just putting a big, like, spot of, like, dirt path to connect both of the houses. And Ava's yard is going to be more floral, like, garden type, I guess. And then for Bob, I wasn't really sure what to put. Like, he is very childish, so I was gonna put like cutesy kid stuff, but I don't have a whole lot of that right now. So we just will have to wait and see what kind of decorations I have in storage for him. And I have these Morocco like couch and footstool, which I thought were pretty cute for his yard. And for Ava, I have a bunch of flower stuff, like this little flower closet thing, our greenhouse. And we have a bunch of flower items, which I thought were really cute for her yard. And for Bob's yard, we have a bunch of little teddy bears and gyroids. So throughout this video, I do go back and forth between both of their yards. So unfortunately, my pockets were filled with both of their items. So sorry about the back and forth. But I think Ava's yard came out really cute, and I think she liked it. I don't know, she was already using it while I was decorating it. Maybe it's because it's her house, and she was like, I don't know, curious of what I was doing in her yard. But anyways, I'm filling in with some flowers around, like filling in the green areas. And we don't have any grown bushes anymore, so we are going to be growing bushes throughout the video, unfortunately. But I will time travel at the end so you can see them all grown up. And we have some log fencing to separate the area a little bit. I'm not sure what I'm going to put down below, like right by the campsite. It might be another villager yard, we'll have to see. I feel like this island is a little less planned than I would like, but it's really coming together. Also, I love this little pink car, and I thought Bob would really like it, so I gave him a car. And we have some bunnies. Okay, so I ended up getting rid of the couch. I thought it looked kind of weird, and I don't know, kind of out of place. So I have this log table and log chairs that I felt looked better in the space. I liked how they're white and pink because it matches the car and the island. I know the couch was white and pink, but I only had one couch. I think maybe it would have looked better if I had two, but I didn't. So that is what we went with. We have some log chairs, a little eating area, and I'm gonna put some fence back here. Also, I'm gonna fill in this area with just like flowers and like moss items. Like I have this moss boulder, and then we'll put a tree, and we have a bunch of pink and white flowers to put back here just to fill in the area. Nothing too crazy. As you can tell, I did run out of glow moss, so in this video there is no glow moss. We are using normal weeds, which I think they look alright. I might change them out in the future once I get more glow moss. But over here, I am going to put a little picnic area. So I had to move a bunch of flowers and trees. That's why there's a bunch of holes. But this is my custom picnic blanket that I made. And I made the little rim all by myself, proud to say. I think it looks okay. I know the blanket is a little bit off. Like the lines are a little bit off. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think it looks pretty cute. And I like this little garland. And we'll add another log bench over here. And this is just going to be a cute little picnic area. I had some sushi. I know that's kind of weird to eat on a picnic, but I'm limited on my food items, okay? Alright, so I also got these little lanterns that I'm going to use. I got them in the like Nook shop on your phone. They're a seasonal item, so those are pretty cute. And I'm just going to add those. Okay, it is time for our tour of the neighborhood that we just built. So here is Bob's cute little yard. I love the little dog and the car, very nice. And we have our little picnic area, adorable. And if we go up here, we go to Ava's yard, which I love Ava's yard. I think it fits her well. And then we have Mint's yard, which is a little ice cream shop. I love the way this turned out. I usually don't use the in-game paths that much, so using it for her yard was a little bit different for me. And I hope this gave you inspiration for your yards. And I really appreciate you watching this video. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video we are going to be making a shopping outlet. It is going to be very girly themed. I wanted it to kind of feel like Claire's. I don't know if I achieved that in the end, but we'll see. So the first thing I'm doing is putting down some of this wood planks. I don't usually use a lot of in-game path, but for this island I'm not using treasure islands, and I'm not using custom codes that I didn't make myself. So we are going to be utilizing the in-game path quite a bit. So for this first area, this is going to be out in front of Able Sisters, as you can see. And it's going to be like an apparel shop. We're going to have a bunch of cute clothes on display. And we have those little changing rooms back there where you can actually change your outfit. So I'm kind of separating the area with some fencing. And I'm doing that because in front of Nook's Cranny, there is going to be a different type of store, and I just want to keep the areas kind of separate. It's going to be sort of like an outdoor mall. So luckily in Happy Home Paradise, I just unlocked the apparel shop, so I got a bunch of cute little items from Wordle's catalog, and that's pretty much how I was able to even build this. And I've been kind of holding out on decorating this shopping outlet mall area because I wanted to order like these like clothes racks and folded clothes and stuff like that, because it would be kind of hard to wait for those types of items in Nook's Cranny, and you kind of just got to get lucky. But when you play Happy Home Paradise and you unlock Wordle's catalog, you can get those items pretty easily after you know, done a couple houses or done all of the shops, which I have now. So I'm using this counter and this table for like just displaying items. So I don't have a bunch of like clothes to display, unfortunately. So I do have like a sewing project, and I do have a sewing machine that I'm going to put down just to add to the Able sisters. Like, we can pretend that they're working on outfits out here or something. And I really like this mannequin, so I put her in the corner. And back here, I'm going to put a little gnome, and he can run the register. I'm just going to fix up this little path right here and connect it up, because I left it unfinished in my farm video. But I'm going to also, like, I was contemplating putting down the dirt path over here, but I felt it would be more cohesive, like as an outdoor mall, if I put the same path over here also. So I put it all the way to this area with the wood plank path, and over here is going to be like a food court area, and then right in front of Nook's Cranny I'm going to put like a toy store, I guess. I have a bunch of plushies that I'm going to put, and it's going to look pretty cute. Again, I'm using the same fence to kind of separate the areas and add some like walls, I guess, even though I don't have walls out here. So I really like this fence, but now that I'm looking at it, like looking at the speed build, I kind of wish I would have used a white fence, just so it would like contrast with the path on the ground better. So I might potentially be changing that, maybe like off camera, but we'll see. So back here is going to be like a drink stall where you can get your little slushies and your fancy smoothies. And this is going to be the food court area, just like I mentioned earlier. And this is going to be another stall where you can get your sweets or like pastries. And I really love these counters. I think they're adorable. So I do use them quite a bit. And I do have some custom stalls to use. I did make the custom codes for both of them, and if you want them, I will have them in the description down below. I didn't think anyone would want my custom codes because they're not very good. Like, I've seen really good ones, so comparing mine to, the professionals, I didn't think anyone would want them, but people have been asking for them, so they are down below if you want them, so you can use them on your own island. And I'm starting on the plushie area, and I have these cute little shelves with little teddy bears on them that are adorable. I am going to be placing items in front of the like hot items sign, and also where you can sell on the outside of the shop, but I do make sure in the end that those two items are still usable, as well as I'm putting a DIY table, so because I do sell the hot items occasionally, so I like to have a DIY table readily available for me. And it's going to be a cute little area. We can pretend that we make toys here or something. And I really love the shopping carts. I thought they were a great touch, but I do rearrange this area a little bit because I want it to still be walkable, and I just hate when my builds are not very walkable because I really be running around my island, and it's just more difficult if there's a bunch of items in the way. So we are going to rearrange this area in particular so it's easier to run around. And I did run out of like tables, so I did use a couple dressers, which I think they look fine because they're like facing the back, so you can't even see that they're like a dresser and a console table. So moving back to the food court area, I have this gyroid to put down and a little gnome so they can run their stalls. And I thought about adding this vending machine back here just for like some height, I guess, back there. And I think it looks pretty cute. I mean, I guess it's kind of weird to put a vending machine behind a bunch of tables, but I thought it looked alright, so we're gonna keep it. We have another register, and this is the part where I rearrange it just a tad bit, so there's more of a walkway. And I'm adding some finishing touches over here, and I'll add the shopping carts, which I love these shopping carts. Again, like, I didn't even know that item existed till like I found it in Mordell's catalog, so love it. And I have some food items. I will be adding more chairs, but I had to order them, so it's gonna have to be tomorrow when I do the tour. And we're just adding our last minute touches. Let me move this sign back, and we're ready for our tour. I'll just close up this area real quick with some fencing, and we'll call it there. Here is the beautiful tour. I think this area came out really cute. Let's go check it out. So we have our little toy store with our dolls and plushes. And then we have the food court with our smoothies and slushies and sweets and carrot cakes. And then over here by Able Sisters, we have our beautiful apparel clothes store. And I think this area looks adorable, just how I imagined it. I hope this gave you some inspiration for your island, and thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video we are going to be decorating Chrissy and Francine's yard. And if you didn't already know, they are siblings and they're both rabbits. I've been calling them bunnies, and I probably will continue to do so. The theme of their yards will be very bunny related, so we have a lot of bunny day items. But first things first, we have to do a lot of waterscaping and terraforming. Don't worry, it's only going to be about a minute of this, but right now I'm just using cliffs to separate the two houses and add like some height in the background. And we wanted a river because I want to put a bridge across it, and we'll have a little cliff up front. And then back here is where I'm going to put Apple's house. No, Apple does not live on the island, but one day she will, and she's going to need a place for her house, and I'm marking it out right here, so this is where she'll go. So I put down this incline and I'm going to pay it off right away, and by the end of this video I will be completely broke because I moved a house, bought an incline, bought 2 bridges, so I have like no bells. But let's put another bridge down right here to like connect the 2 areas. I know it's a small little bridge, but I thought it was cute. We're also going to put one down like on the first level. But we're going to jump over here and start doing some decorating. So we are going to be putting down this dirt path with pink flowers. I did use a tutorial to make this path, but if you want the creator code, it is linked down below in the description. So if you want this code on your island, you are more than welcome to use it. But we're just going to pretty much outline where we want their yards to be, and then we'll add furniture to it. This is how I usually do my custom paths. I just make an outline and then I fill it in, pretty much just winging it. So where the path gets bigger, we'll have decorations there, and then we'll fill in the green areas with flowers and bushes. A very typical application, if I do say so myself. I feel like in the past years I have been getting a lot better at placing custom code, because thinking back to like 2020 when I first started Animal Crossing, the way I would place them was horrific, and I'm not even like exaggerating. My paths used to look really, really bad. So this is much improved, especially if I had like an even better dirt path. Not to say my dirt path's not great, but I've used like really good dirt paths, and I don't know, dirt path makes the build so much better, I think. But I would like to say, like, it's not necessary, because I've seen people make islands without any path, which is insane, or like any custom code path. So it is possible. My preference is, you know, having a dirt path. But I'm setting up this little nail station for Francine and Chrissy, and I thought it was pretty cute because I like to imagine that they would do each other's nails. So that's the thought process behind putting the little nail set and table in front. We have some fencing going down. So this build is a little bit out of my comfort zone in the sense that I haven't used a lot of the bunny day items. Like, I don't think I've ever used them in a build, but they felt so perfect for their yards because, you know, they're bunnies and all these eggs and like bunny sculptures and stuff. They just felt right. And I've been time traveling like in the beginning of April and the end of March area to get cherry blossom season. And I've been getting a lot of eggs, as you can tell, because I have been time traveling in the like span of when it's bunny day, which also happens to be coming up soon, like in real life. Easter is coming up. I don't know the exact day. I don't actually celebrate it, but if you do, happy Easter. If it's too early, I'm sorry. But I'm super loving this build because I love using the bunny garden like decorations. That is one of my favorite items, other than like the duck decoy. So really enjoyed building this. I thought it was really cute, and I got to use a bunch of cute stuff like the bubble machine, my favorite. And we have this little tea table, but we're not gonna have tea on this table. We're gonna have something a little different because why not? Why don't we have pancakes? I just thought they were cute, and I love that the pancakes have steam coming off of them. Adorable. And I got to use these cushions for the first time, but I didn't like the placement of the table because, again, I like my builds to be a little bit walkable, well, runnable, so I try to make sure there's a path where I can run through my builds, so I did move the table back. So right now I'm pretty much just adding my greenery. I love to use vines, I love glow moss, and I have been going to the Happy Home Paradise Island just to steal glow moss and vines. So I didn't know this at first, but it does grow back. Originally I thought like you only could get them from Captain's Islands or from the Happy Home Paradise like once, but every time I go there's always more, so I just keep grabbing it. So it's like an endless supply. Well, I have to go there a lot anyway because I order a lot of the items from Wardell's catalog. So I get two things. I get to order stuff and I get glow moss. So this is the Bunny Day fence, and it's just big eggs, and I thought it was kind of silly, so I added it up here. And I'm gonna add some doll houses like I did in my previous builds. I think they look really cute at night because you can light them up, and it just looks like little tiny houses. We can pretend there's like fairies in them or something. And we'll use some more Bunny Day fence over here. I feel like this is the like most appropriate way to use these like Bunny Day items. And if you have any other like ideas to use these items, I have a bunch of them and a bunch of eggs, so we can use more of it on the island if we want. But I'm adding some more doll houses. I have a bunch of these also. Like I keep ordering like 5 a day. Anyways, we are planting some beautiful flowers, and I really need to start like farming them, I guess, like making them breed, because I took them like off of my beach and they're all in my inventory right now. So I definitely have to make some type of flower farm or like giant flower field soon. And I was thinking of ideas to like make a giant field pretty much, but I had to look on Pinterest, I think, because what I have in my head, I don't know if it'll look good, and I don't want to place like 1,000 flowers and then it turn out bad. But we are finishing up the cliffs. Really, we're just adding the rest of the flowers that I had in my pocket. And if we can fit some trees, I definitely want to put some trees up here. It's kind of lame that you can't get on the 3rd story of your island, because I put this up here thinking that I would be able to put trees and flowers up there, but you can't put anything. I'm gonna keep it because I think it looks cute, but yeah, I was a little disappointed when I tried to go up to the 3rd story, or the like 3rd level of my cliffs, and I was not able to get up there. Of course, adding my gyroid, and then let's finish off with a couple of trees, and then we'll do a little tour of the area. Okay, so this is the completed build, and let's go check it out. We have this beautiful tea area, and then an area to eat your pancakes, listen to music. Very cute. Our bunny day tree. We can get our nails done by Francine. And we have the little string lights and the bunny items. I think this area came out super cute. Alright, well, thank you so much for watching. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell if you want to be notified from when I post again. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye! It feels like every time I'm building, Ava is in the way. All the time she's here. I don't understand. Why won't she just move? Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video we are going to be building a pastel park, play place, whatever you want to call it. So the first thing we're going to do is lay down some path because I want to separate the area just a tad bit. So back here we are going to be doing a light dirt path, and this will be like the playground park area. And then over here we have the wood path, and this is going to be more of the, I don't know what you describe it, maybe a daycare would be a similar phrasing. We are going to have like the baby beds and gyroids moment over there. And in the middle of those two areas, we are going to have this dirt path. And I will have it linked down below. This is the path that I've been using for my island. I did use a tutorial on YouTube, and I just tweaked it a little bit and put pink flowers to kind of fit the theme of the island. If you want it for your island, I will have the code in the description so you can use it on your island. I know a couple people have asked about it in the past, which was surprising because, I don't know, I didn't think it was that good, but if you like it, it's down there. So before I even started this island, I really didn't experiment with custom codes in the past, and I just now am experimenting with them and trying to do them, and they are a lot harder than I expected. And I would consider myself a pretty crafty person. I love art, I love making paintings and drawings, but I don't know why it's so difficult to make these custom codes the way I want them. And that's the main reason I went to tutorials, because I attempted to do them by myself and they just came out so bad. So most of the custom codes I do use, I watched a tutorial on how to make them. So that's my my secret. But right now we are placing some park fencing, and I did use the workbench to customize the color because I really liked the pink and blue option. I think it matches the island pretty nicely, and it will match the items that I place down later, so it's pretty cute. I haven't used this type of fencing ever, so I'm glad I'm being able to use new items on this island. And we have this fence item, which I thought was pretty cool because it's kind of like a wall or like a divider, because we are going to be decorating the beach area. It's not in the thumbnail or anything, it's kind of a surprise, but we'll be decorating the beach, and it's really good to have a little bit of separation in the areas because the beach is going to be a different vibe. So if you watched my hotel video, in the kitty room I used these baby beds and I put the gyroids on top. So I'm going to take that idea, and I really loved the idea. I thought it came out really cute and I want to use it again. So that's the inspiration for this part of the build. I wanted to kind of recreate what I did in my hotel video because I just thought it was so adorable. And all of these items and the color palette just looked really cute on my island. So that is what we're doing. I am making a little reading area, and I have these cushions which I got from the hotel, and I just took them to Cyrus and he changed the colors of them, so I have them in different colors, and I thought they were super adorable. And I put these dreamy shelves right behind the train set, and we'll add a couple more beds, and we'll put our little gyroids on them. I love decorating with gyroids, you don't even know. I think they're so adorable. They're probably one of my favorite items that they added to the game. I think they added it in the 2.0 update or something, but I love them. So I use them all the time. If you've been watching my other videos, you probably know I use them all the time. And I'm using quite a few items that I haven't used like ever, really. Like a lot of the hotel items I haven't really decorated with yet. And using that giant bear was pretty cute. And the little, like the toy car item is so adorable. But yeah, this area is going to be covered with a lot of toys and dolls. I like to decorate my island with these like dreamy dolls. I think they're super cute. And for whatever reason, Ava will not leave me alone. I'm so ready for her to move off this island. Like, I do like her. Don't get me wrong, but every time I'm building, she is there. Or like someone is in the way, and it's usually her. Like, it was so hard to get those climbing walls to place because she just wanted to sing to the lake, which is fine. Like, you can sing, but like, she was in the way for a good like 5 minutes. It was very frustrating. But that was the little playground, and I thought that was pretty cute. A lot of those items were a lot bigger than I expected when I like I had to order some of them off of the Nook stop in resident services. So it was kind of hard to get them all to fit how I wanted. And of course, we're adding the bubble machine because, you know, what kind of park play place doesn't have bubbles? So recently I haven't been doing a lot of decorating. It's been more of me just playing and doing like VIP rooms in the hotel, trying to get the hotel tickets to like order items and stuff like that, and just order items from Wardell and all of that. I've been really trying to stockpile like items that I can use for future builds, and it's been pretty time consuming. So that's why I haven't been posting as much. I even changed my schedule a little bit. So I'm going to be posting on Thursdays and Sundays at 5 Central Time. Anyways, but I'll keep you updated on anything if it changes. So I'm just adding my finishing touches to this area. Some flowers, gnomes, piles of leaves. Oh yeah, I've been getting a whole lot of DIYs, so I'm loving that. So this is Bernard. You might know him from the first video of this island. I caught him while diving, and I've had him ever since, and I knew after catching him and like placing him, I wanted to make him a house. So this is going to be his house. He's been living on this beach since the beginning of the island, so this is the only place I wanted to put his house. I have been trying to find another crab like him because I want to get him a friend, but I couldn't find one, so we just put that fish by the tea table. I don't know what type of fish that is, but it was big, so I thought maybe he would like it. And we're gonna pretend this cave is his house, and maybe he's cooking something. I don't know. This beach is a little chaotic and, you know, doesn't really match the theme of the island, but I thought it was pretty funny. And, you know, I'm eventually gonna have to decorate all the beaches, so I might as well start now. And I knew after seeing him I wanted to make him a house, so I'm living up to my word, and I'm decorating up on this cliff with some trees and some bushes. And yeah, we are a 5-star island, as you can see from the, I forgot the name of that flower, but we do have 5 stars on here already, which is pretty cool. I love that for us. And I'm adding some flowers to the beach, and I caught this big guy the other day. I think it's a oarfish. So I thought he was a pretty good addition to this beach because of how big his tank is, and he's like super massive. I've never caught one of these fish before, so I thought might as well put him on display. And no, I have not donated this type of fish to the museum yet, so Blathers is going to be really jealous that I'm just keeping these giant fish on my beach and not donating them. So I'm using more items from the hotel, and I really love these little lights. They're super cute. One of my favorite items from the hotel, other than the cat plushie, that one is my favorite. But we're just finishing up with some flowers, some pink ones, purple, white. You know, the usual, maybe a couple glow moss here and there. and I added some seaweed to the beaches, and I thought they looked pretty cool and kind of realistic because seaweed just washes up sometimes. And we'll add a couple more of these little items over here, and of course some wheat fields because I like the way they look on the beach, and have a couple of flowers, this fake plant, and I think it looks pretty good. Also, I'm going to close this up because I didn't really want there to be like an open gap. So there's that, and another gnome, and a bubble machine, of course. Perfect. We'll just finish up back here and add in some pathing that will connect to resident services. And I think that's about it. All I have to do is fill in this dirt path and we can tour this beautiful area. Of course, just using the dirt path I used previously. Okay, so let's go do a finished tour. So this is our beautiful, cute pastel park or play place, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's kind of like a playground. Anyways, so we have the cotton candy machine. We have the balloon stand, which is adorable. Then we have this area over here, which is kind of like daycare themed, with our gyroids in their baby beds. And then we'll come up over here to the beach. Okay, so this is the beach area. We have the oarfish, of course, and we have a bunch of little knickknacks. We have the sea globe, which I thought was pretty cute, and we have Bernard, of course, the big crab, remember? And this is his house. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. Maybe it gave you inspiration for your beach or your playground. Alright, I will see you in the next one. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye! Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video we are going to be decorating around Red's secret beach. So if you didn't know, Red is a art dealer. He sells sometimes counterfeit art pieces. Unfortunately, I have fallen victim quite a few times and bought fake art pieces, which is fine because I like to use them as decoration in my house and now on my island. So the main theme of this build is Red's art studio, where he makes these fake art pieces. So I do know that there is a guide online that can tell you if the art pieces are real or not. I personally just choose not to use it and just take the gamble. So this is the area that we have for this art studio. The first thing I'm doing is placing down this wood path, and this is going to be like the main studio area, and we're going to be using quite a few storefronts. I think I used like about 4. I just really wanted to have an enclosed type of area, but I also did make sure that I had all fake art pieces while building this. Like, I'm not using any real art pieces. I am really trying to fill up my museum to completion. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I have been trying to donate all real art pieces. So today was the perfect day to actually build this because Red is here, as you saw in the first clip. And I really love when I don't pay attention to the announcements, like in the morning, or not in the morning, but when you load up the game and Isabel says something and I just like disregard all of it and like spam press buttons, and it's a sweet little surprise that Red is here. I know she doesn't like explicitly say, oh, he's in the back of your beach, he's here. She'll usually say like, beware, mysterious art dealer, be careful. But yeah, it's a little surprise, and I think having his boat in the back adds to the build because it's like he's actually here, even though he's only here like once a week or every other week, I'm not sure. But I used these storefronts as walls, so like, I don't know, it's not going to be fully enclosed because I didn't have a whole bunch of storefronts. I only ordered a few of them, but it's going to make like a room sort of. These are the paintings that I have, the counterfeit fake paintings, and I was looking for like smaller paintings. I do have a couple big ones that are fake, but I left those, in my storage because I'll use them for my house, and I didn't have a whole lot of room, so I used the smaller paintings, and I have some statues. I actually have like duplicates of some statues, which is annoying because you can't even sell them. I'll have to like throw it away or something because I'm not gonna use a statue in my house. But um, yeah, we have a couple statues by the water. We have some tables with some paint cans, some more paint cans. I also have like a toolbox, which I thought maybe like you could fill your paintbrushes in or like other art supplies. And of course, we have some wood stools, and I'm gonna put some gnomes on them. And I should have put the one on the corner right here on first because it is very hard to like get over here. And I had other like things to place, and it was very difficult to maneuver. I ended up picking it up so I could actually put it where I want it. But yeah, my bad. That's what I'm doing now, just having complications trying to fix these gnomes because I wanted them to be even. It kind of annoyed me that they were like off center, so we'll just have to place that stuff back. I love using gnomes in these types of builds because, I don't know, it's just so silly and fun. On my last island, I had gnomes and they were in a band, and I had all like the instruments, and they were like behind the instruments, and it looked like they were in a pretty cool band. So I love doing stuff like that. And here's a little chair and like counter table, and we'll pretend that's like the checkout counter where you would pay for your fake art. So I'm adding my finishing touches for Red's little area, and we will also be decorating the little pathway, like that's like blank right now. We still have to put path and like flowers and all that. So we're also going to be decorating that area. It's more of like a filler area. So that is what we are about to do now. Okay, so let's start off with some dirt path, and this is our usual dirt path we've been using for the whole island. I'll have it linked down below with my creator code. I did use a YouTube tutorial to make this, so if you don't have Nintendo Online, it was a very easy code and video to follow. It's like a really popular one. All you have to type in is like Animal Crossing dirt path tutorial, and anyone that comes up will be very good. So that's what I did. For this island, I'm not using any like custom codes that I didn't make. So I'm not using my Nintendo Online to get codes myself. So I've been trying to make them all myself. I have had some difficulties, so I have been using some tutorials. Recently, I haven't made any new ones. I've been just using the ones that I made when I first started this island, and they've been pretty good. I have the dirt path, I have the flowers, a little puddle, some rocks. That's really all I need to build an island, truly. So I'm placing down some dreamy dolls, which are my favorite, and we've been using quite a few of them on this island. It's kind of part of the theme now, is like dreamy dolls and like doll houses and like normal dolls in general. I'm not sure what the theme of this island would technically be, but I like the idea of it being like a dreamy island because of all the dreamy plush that we have all over the place. It's very girly and pink, which I love, and I've never really made an island with so much pink on it. Most of the time it's like Halloween Island, Cottagecore Island, so this is a lot different than what I've made in the past, and I love it so far, and I feel like it's gone by so fast because we are already like more than halfway done with this island. I only have a few other areas to decorate at this point, which are like my house, the museum, the beach, and one other like area. It's like in the middle of the island, but I'm not sure exactly what it'll be yet. I have some ideas, but nothing's set in stone yet. So there's really only a few more weeks of this island, and then we'll be going to our next island, which I'm very excited about. But I'm also decorating up here on these cliffs, and I wanted some trees, of course. So usually I'm in cherry blossom season and the trees are pink, but I have been doing quite a bit of time traveling because I'm trying to kick off Pajmira off my island. So the trees are not pink right now, but we will have them in a little bit. Like, I'm still doing time traveling, but I will travel back once my island is all like complete and I do my dream address. We'll definitely have it in cherry blossom season because that's how I imagined it to be when I like want it finished. So looking forward to that. Right now I'm adding my doll houses and turning the lights on. I swear, these doll houses look so freaking cute at night with the lights on. Like, it just looks like little tiny houses. It's adorable. That plus the glow moss, I love it. I'm actually running pretty low on glow moss. I'm gonna have to steal some from the Happy Home Paradise Island soon because that's where I've been getting it, and I haven't been there in like probably a week. I've been slacking on vacation homes, but I've done so many of them. I'm like kind of burnt out with vacation homes, but I definitely need to go there and take some resources. But I'm just filling this area with some flowers, glow moss, and some cute little items, little bunny decorations, the usual stuff. And over here, I'll just put this little fence just to, like, I don't know, block off the area in front of the river. And we'll just fill in with a couple flowers, a log stool, and a gyroid. And that's it, guys. Let's go tour this area. So let's start our tour. So behind me is Meringue's house, and it's like a movie theater, but we are gonna go over here. So this is our cute little pathway with our gyroids and our little doll houses. We have some pretty flowers. It's a pretty cute little pathway, a little filler area. And then we have Red's little secret art studio where these gnomes make fake art pieces and then they sell them to me. So that's pretty much it. We also did the little beach area, as you saw before, with some statues, a little globe, nothing crazy. I think it came out pretty cute. Thank you so much for watching. If you made it all the way to the end, you're amazing. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in the last video we went villager hunting and we got Ione. So I have been saying her name incorrect. I still might be. I for some reason thought the first letter of her name was an L, but it makes no sense to have a lowercase L. So I was calling her Lone, but after a little bit of research, it's either Ione or Ione. Whichever one. Well, anyways, we are going to be redecorating her yard because Ava moved out and Ione moved in. We are also going to be decorating a little flower field area afterwards because this will just be a short little build, just a little bit of redecorating. So as you can see, I did pick up all of the items that I had previously for Ava's yard. It was like flower, garden vibe. And for Ione's yard, I'm going to make it more cutesy and have a lot of like cute items. Maybe a couple tea tables. Nothing crazy. I just want to make it a little bit more, I don't know, the vibe of the island, I guess. Also, I need your help. So originally when I started this island, I wanted everyone's house to look like Apple's house, which is like pink on the outside. And now I'm not sure, because now I have Mint and Ione's house, and they're both like teal. And now I'm not sure if I should make their houses pink, or if I should make Bob's house like right under Ione's yard. His house is right there. Maybe I should make his house teal, so all three of their houses will look the same. So let me know what you think down below, because I feel like maybe this neighborhood area should all have teal houses instead of the pink houses. So I'm not sure. So it seems as though I talked through the whole build and we're almost done with Ione's yard. I mean, it was a small area, so we just changed it up a little bit, added a lot of cute pink items, some Nova lights, which I'm obsessed with. I'm so happy we got the DIY finally. And that is it, guys. Well, for this build, we're still gonna do the flower field, but look how cute this area is. I love it. I love the pile of cherry blossom leaves. And this is the area where we're gonna do the flower field. So I have a bunch of flowers in my storage that I want to get rid of, I guess, like make room in my storage. And that's the main inspiration for this, is trying to get more room in my storage so I can get more items. So that's what we're gonna do. The first thing we have to do is really lay out the path that I'm gonna do, because I want it to lead up to Apple's house, but I also want it to connect to the bridges and like the access points, I guess. So we're gonna be using our usual dirt path that I use in most of my builds. And we're gonna try to put some pathing to make an area where we'll walk. But most of this will be flowers, so it's just gonna be like minimal pathing, not too much. So this type of build is very much like trust the process type of build, because right now it just looks like a bunch of poorly placed path, but eventually it does come together once I start to add items. Like I have a gazebo I wanted to use, and we're gonna fill it in with all these flowers that I have in my inventory. I have a bunch more in my storage, and this is the gazebo, and I thought it was super cute. Originally I wanted the like metal one, but it just wasn't in the color that I wanted, and I didn't really feel like going to Harvey's Island right now to change the color. So we got that gazebo, and I think it fits the theme even better because of the flowers on top of it. Like, I don't know, it just looks better than what I originally wanted, was like the metal gazebo. And I'm gonna place a little bit of this fence. Originally I was gonna place it like all over the place, like on the border of the beach, but the beach is like so uneven and not like a straight line. It looked really weird. So I ended up picking up the fence that I had, and we're actually going to be decorating the beach too. I'm not sure if I already mentioned that, but we're also going to be doing the beaches a little bit. I do have to work on my other beaches on the rest of my island too. Not today, but eventually. But really right now I'm placing all of my flowers that I have from my storage, and these are from my beach previously, so they're like in different stages of growth because I ran them over a lot, and some of them are just like were planted on the beach, so they weren't even grown. So it looks pretty terrible right now, I'm not gonna lie. With it not filled in and the flowers not bloomed, it just looked kind of bad. But eventually, like I'll time travel a couple days, it'll be all grown in and it'll look fantastic, I promise. So I had an overwhelming amount of white flowers, so a lot of it is white. I tried to disperse like the pink and purple flowers like in little batches around so that there's like some type of color within the white flowers. I am hoping that they can still breed a little bit or multiply. I have the flower ordinance where your villagers will water your flowers for you. So I'm hoping that we can get some flowers out of this. I know it is pretty full, but I left some gaps for it. And right now we're working on the beach, and I'm making this little picnic blanket for a beach picnic. I'm adding a bunch of custom codes all over the beach. I love the way this like leaf one looks on the sand. So I've definitely used that a couple times in my puddle. So we have a couple decoy ducks, my favorite, and I really like this like customization of it, the white. I just think that looks super cute. And of course we have a bunch of wheat fields. Like always, I love wheat fields on the beach, especially when they're like green. And we'll add a little bit of glow moss and some flowers that I have left over, because why not? I also have a pink tile bathtub that I really wanted to use on the beach. I saw the inspiration on Pinterest, and I don't know, I just love using bathtubs on the beach, and especially on the rocks back here. I just think it looks kind of cool, and who wouldn't want to take a bath outside on these rocks, right? So we have this little bath area, and we have some plants. Looks pretty cute. And I had a hard time figuring out what this area was going to be, but I really wanted to use that little scrapbook and these metal benches. So I did have to rearrange the area quite a bit to make it look good, because the way the palm tree was kind of in the way, and that's where I wanted the table to be. So I just rearranged the items a little bit and picked up the wheat field, put the table back down, and I thought that looked a lot better. And again, just add in the rest of the flowers, and then I'll put some wheat fields behind this bench and pretty much finish off the area with some other wheat fields that I ordered. But that really covers it, because now I have to go and order more because I used most of them. And my finishing touches, the bubble machine. I love that. I think it really adds to the island. Okay, so let's go look at it. I did time travel. It is cherry blossom season. And this is the beautiful flower field, all grown in. I think it looks super cute. I did cut down a couple trees so they would just be stumps, so I can catch bugs on them. And I just thought it looked pretty cute. And I think it looks adorable. Absolutely adorable. And it functions. Look, we already have some multiples right there that we can use in our next builds. I think this came out really cute. I hope it gave you inspiration for your island. Alright, leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video, we are going to be decorating some villager houses. So we have Mint's house, Ione's house, and we're going to be doing Bob's house. So Ione and Mint's house don't really have to be decorated, but I felt like, why not? Let's decorate their house so they don't feel left out. So first thing is we have to go to resident services, and we have to initiate the process. And if you didn't know, once you've completed, I think 30 houses in Happy Home Paradise, don't quote me on that, I might be wrong, but you have to do quite a few houses, vacation homes, and then you'll unlock the ability to decorate your villager houses on your island. So that is going to cost us 9,000 bells, which isn't too bad, because in exchange we'll get 1,000 Nook Miles, which can go to Nook Mile tickets, and we are in desperate need of Nook Mile tickets because we still have to find Apple for this island. So we might as well do all of the villager houses and rack up all of the Nook Miles, so we'll have more. As you can see, we are already doing Bob's exterior, and I wanted it to kind of match Mint's and Ione's house, so I made it teal with a pink roof, because that's pretty much the colors of our island, is a lot of teal, a lot of pink, so that's what we went with. And I really do not like the inside of Bob's house, so we are going to change it. I do want to keep the theme, because obviously he likes childish stuff, so we're going to still make his little interior super cute, have toys. Pretty much just going to mute the palette a little bit and make it a little more pink and blue and purple, because I don't know, I just don't think the bright red and those bright vibrant colors are the move. And so that's what we're doing. We're picking out some cute items from the catalog, and this is my usual technique. I pick out items that I'm like will look good in this room, and then I usually organize them, get rid of them, do whatever I need to do to make this house look pretty cute. I did decide to use some of the messy items or sloppy items because Bob is kind of sloppy. I know a lot of his dialogue includes bugs in his house, so that's why we gave him the sloppy couch. But it is in pink, so it's cute. And I really like the dreamy items, so I do use that quite a bit in these builds. Our island has a lot of dreamy items on it also, so that's just part of our vibe, okay? Okay, but hear me out. I don't want to be a complainer or anything, but I really wish when they added Happy Home Paradise and they allowed us to decorate villager houses, like on your island, like I'm doing now. I wish that they allowed us to use more of the features from Happy Home Paradise, and by that I mean like making the room bigger or giving them a second floor, because I don't know, I just want to do so much with these villager houses, but it's so tiny, like I can barely do anything. You know what I mean? Because I would love to add a kitchen, bathroom, living room, a separate bedroom, but I just can't do that in this tiny little area. So that's what I wish they would have done with the Happy Home Paradise, because I mean, it is a paid DLC, and I think, you know, I really like it, but I just wish they would have added that. Okay, rant over. So one thing I try to keep the same in these builds is if they had like a kitchen or say a workbench in their house, I did try to add that back in just so you're able to, well, I'm able to still collect those DIYs when they're like crafting in their house, because if you don't put a crafting table, it's going to be like harder to get DIYs. So that's why I placed the crafting table, and lucky for us, we got a really cute one. And I thought this build came out really cute, really adorable. I used some of the cat items like the cat bowl and the catnip. Missed opportunity, but I didn't use the cat tree. I thought in my head, I was like, yeah, I'm definitely going to use the cat tree, but I completely forgot. I don't know if I ran out of space, which it looks like I did kind of run out of space, but I really wish I would have added that. I might add that in like in the future, but I don't know if it's worth it to spend, you know, 9,000 bells just to put a cat tree in. But of course I'm going to add a cute little gyroid. I think they're so adorable as decoration on my island and inside the houses. So definitely using that, and some wall decorations. Of course, we got some starlights. And I was thinking about this like tool rack, but I felt like it looked too weird. But this is the finished build for Bob's interior. I try to separate the bed in the living room area, so that's why we used the panels. I thought it came out pretty cute, and we are moving on to our next house. So I did have to do a little bit of time traveling throughout this video, because you can only do one house at a time. For some reason, I thought you could do multiple, like in one day, which I think it makes sense that you have to time travel one day, because usually you can only like move one house or stuff like that with the construction. So it makes sense. I don't know why I thought that, but it is the next day, and we're going to be doing Mint's house. Actually, I don't think I've been in Mint's house, or at least I can't remember the interior. I probably have been in there, but I honestly cannot remember what her house looks like, like on the inside. We are gonna do the outside, but just a little bit. I just wanted to give her a pink door and a lighter colored roof. Nothing too crazy. We're still gonna keep like the same shape and the teal. I just thought it would be more cohesive if we gave her a little bit of pink to her house, so it'll match the rest of the houses. And I was looking for a reef for a little bit, but we found one. Okay, so let's go in the interior and see what we're working with. So it's kind of giving spa bathroom vibes. So we're definitely going to have to give her a bathroom, because I feel bad redecorating her house and then not giving her a bathroom. Like, that just seems kind of mean to, oh, I'm going to redecorate your house, but I'm going to take your shower away. Like, no, I can't do that. So I do have some partition walls to try to make a makeshift bathroom. And again, we're going to go for like pink, purple, pastel-y colors, like light colors. I didn't want it to be too vibrant, and I wanted it to kind of match our island. So we went with this light floor and some stripes, which I thought were pretty cute. So we are going to try to, of course, add a kitchen and like bedroom area, and that's what I'm kind of working on now. Well, I was trying to make a door with this curtain thing, but it looked kind of weird, so I got rid of it. I've seen someone else do that on TikTok, and I was like, oh, that's a smart idea, but when I did it, I was like, oh, that's weird. But we're gonna try to figure out the layout of this area, because it is a weird shape. So it did take me quite a bit of time to figure out where the couch can go and like where the bathroom fits best. Like I always thought like the back of the room would be best, so you can have an open area for the living room and kitchen, and that little corner for the bedroom, like in the back. So Mint's house was a little more difficult than the other houses, mainly because we had to add the bathroom and the partition walls take up like so much space. But I did try my best to get everything I wanted inside of her house. So it didn't look like she had a like workbench or a kitchen in her original house. So I ended up giving her a kitchen because why not? So we have the ranch style sink and we have a cute little stove that we're going to add in. Right now I'm just piling up everything I want. I know it looks a mess, but it's just like my process. Like go through the whole catalog, pick out the cutest items, organize them. And that is what I'm doing now, trying to figure out this bathroom layout. So we were thinking putting the kitchen over here, but I wanted it to be walkable. So I was trying to figure out how am I going to fit a kitchen in this corner and like a dining table, like a little tiny one. Because I originally wanted somewhere to eat, because like having a kitchen but nowhere to eat is kind of weird. I mean, I guess she could eat on the couch, in theory. But I did mess around with this layout quite a bit. Like it took me a hot minute trying to figure out where I can put everything, because I wanted to add the flower, I wanted the little lily radio, I wanted all of this stuff. But I do eventually figure it out. Don't you worry, because I love decorating houses, and one thing about me is I'm gonna figure it out. So that's what I'm doing. Just trying to move things around. So a little bit off topic, but if you've been watching the rest of the series, you know that we are looking for Apple in our villager hunts. Like she's the main inspiration to create this island, and we have not gotten her on this island yet, which is kind of sad. But right now I am working on trying to get Pashmina off of this island so we can go villager hunting and look for Apple, because she is the only, like the last villager that needs to be moved off. So I am trying my hardest, like behind the scenes, doing like the Nook Mile Plus tasks every day and trying to rack up the Nook Miles, and also time traveling so Pashmina wants to leave, because she has been the only villager that has not asked me to leave, which is pretty crazy because everyone else on this island that I love has asked me to leave. Like Cody has asked me twice, Mint has asked me, when we were doing the campsite villager, Ione volunteered as tribute, and I'm like, what are you doing? You belong on this island. Why are you trying to leave? But that's what is going on in the behind the scenes. Trying to get Nook Mile tickets, trying to get Pashmina off of this island. Eventually we will. I'm thinking about if we do not get Apple, we might need to start making, funeral plans or something, because this island is almost built up. The time is ticking. I mean, I'm hoping that we get Apple, but we'll see. So we are finishing up this build right now. I'm just adding some rugs, which I think rugs look pretty cute on the wood floor. So adding a couple of those. Got a little welcome mat. Well, it doesn't say welcome, but you can wipe your feet off when you come in. And I thought this looked pretty cute. I really love the layout of the bathroom. I do think it worked out in the end, and we were able to fit our table, which was, A+. No stove though, but that's okay. Let's pick this little music, and then I'll play in her house. Fantastic. I think this looks so cute. I love Mint's house. And I love that the toilet works and the shower. So she can still shower and have her bathroom dreams. I think it came out really good. But we are moving on to our last house of the day, which is Ione's house. And last time I went to Ione's house was when she first moved on the island, and I vaguely remember it as like a gamer girl dungeon. So we are going to make sure to incorporate some of those elements into her house so it's not much different. Because really, her house was not bad to begin with. I thought it was pretty cute on the inside. So we're not going to go crazy and change it up like we did with Bob's. We're going to try to keep some of the same items that she had. Maybe just enhance her house. So I gave her the same exterior as Mint, but a different reef, just so they can look, very similar. I mean, they looked very similar before, but I really wanted to add the pink door and the reef. So that's what we did. Very easy, simple. See, the inside of her house is not too bad. I think it's one of the better villager houses, but I still wanted to change it just because, I've already done those other 2 houses, so I might as well try to give her something even better, even though her house was already pretty good to start with. I did have a difficult time figuring out what could be better than what she has now, because I had such a limited amount of wallpapers. I was trying to figure out would it be dumb to keep the same wallpaper or try something new? But then I was like, but this wallpaper looks so good. It was just like a back and forth internal fight. And I wanted to give her a big bed, but again, the room is so small. You can only do so much. So originally that was my first thought, giant big bed for her. We ended up going against it, and I kind of hated the accent wall, so I got rid of it. I just thought she needed windows, but maybe she doesn't need windows. Maybe she doesn't like them. We can pretend. So I do plan on redecorating the other villager houses like Chrissy and Francine and who else? I think that's it. Well, I plan to redecorate their houses, but I'm not going to change the exterior. I might add some pink accent, like a pink door or something. I can't even remember what they look like on the outside, but we're not going to do that in this video because this one's already getting a little lengthy, and I don't know how long it's actually going to be right now, so we'll save that for another day. So we're just going to finish Ione's house and then call it a day. I am adding back the gamer desk and the gamer chair because that was originally in her house, so I was like, yeah, we're definitely going to bring that back. I'm not going to redecorate her house and take her computer. That's insane. We have a little cute kitchen and a mini fridge. Because what gamer doesn't have a mini fridge, right? Well, I don't, but I can dream. I would love one. Put my 0 sugar sodas in it. But I wanted to give her a little workbench, so I tried to pick the tiny one, because the other ones were way too big, and we already had so much going on in this room. So we had to go with the tiny one and the twin bed, I know. So I really wanted to give her the kitchen, the gaming area, of course a bed, but I also really wanted a living room area, like a couch and TV. But at this point I was like, where am I gonna fit a couch and TV in this area? There's way too much going on. So I really do love those stools. They're DIY stools, and I wish I had the actual DIY to use them on my island, but I don't. Well, anyways, we get rid of them and we put a couch instead, which I don't know if it looks super weird to have the couch up against the little table in the kitchen, but I really wanted a couch, so that is what I did. I got rid of the stools, and I wanted to have a big TV on the wall for her. So we got this big white comfy couch, and originally I was like, hey, maybe the stools will fit, but there's no way. Absolutely no way. So we took away the stools. We have a little console table to put under the TV, and we can look for some cute little decorations to put on the table, which the decorations really pull the space together. It makes it look really lived in. So we have the water pitcher, the little dish rack thing. I think it looks pretty cute. Maybe a food item, perhaps. A little ramen noodles. Of course, I wanted to add a Nintendo Switch because, of course, Ione has a Nintendo. Why wouldn't she have a Switch? And we have some headphones, and they're a little custom decorated with Apple's face. She might not be on the island physically, but in spirit, she's here. So we're just adding our finishing touches, and this room is really coming together. I think it is super cute. It's like a little streamer gamer house. The last thing we'll add is some wall decorations. We have some cute little gyroids, maybe a little KK slider poster. So this is Ione's finished house, and I think it is so adorable. I hope these houses gave you inspiration for your villager houses. Hope you enjoyed the video, and leave a like, comment, subscribe, and thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video we are going to be building a dog park. So over past the campsite, we have this open area right here where we're going to put the dog park, and we also are going to be decorating Pate's yard, but we're going to actually try to kick Pate off. So we're going to pretend it's actually Norma's yard, because that's the house I was in front of when I started the video. In our previous villager hunt, we actually got Norma, which I love because she's so freaking cute, and we're going to replace Pate's house with Norma's house, and then we're going to move Pate to the back of the island, and we're going to banish her off our island, because everyone pretty much said that they would rather have Pate move off than Felicity, and I completely agree. I love us a cute little cat villager, so we're going to keep her, and we're going to try to kick off Pate in the near future. So keep that in mind moving forward. So back to the build. Right now I am placing down all of my dirt path and accidentally talking to what's her name? I don't know. The lady that sells the turnips. I don't usually buy turnips, so I'm not like super about that. Back in 2020 when I first started, I was though. Like before Treasure Islands was like a huge thing, I used to do turnips a lot, and then I would go to this stock market website and go to random islands and sell all my turnips and make hella bells. But I don't do that anymore. Ever since they added like farming, I've been doing a lot of farming, and personally I love farming games, so it is amazing. Like I love Stardew Valley especially, so I loved when they added farming. That was very good. So I laid out this dark dirt path right here, the like in-game path, and that is going to be the outline of the dog park. And right now I'm just making it a little bit bigger because I feel like the fence looked better with the dirt path under it, and it just was a little too small. So I'm placing down this fence again, and now that looks pretty good. So we can start putting down like furniture and these little dog prints. Very cute. Also, Bob just casually walking in this area. There's always somebody that's like just pestering me while I'm building. He's just walking back and forth. Maybe he's like super interested in the dog park. He could be a little gel because it's not like a cat park. But I did recently build a cat cafe for the cat villagers on this island, so they already have something. Don't think I'm leaving them out. So we actually don't have any dog villagers on our island, but I do have a bunch of these dog plushies that I'm going to be using, and they are usually sold around Christmas time in the Nook's Cranny, but I got them off of the Happy Home Paradise Island and ordered them from Wardell, and I think they're so cute. So we're gonna use a bunch of those, and I used like all different colors just for some variation. I really like the pink one especially. Okay, so right now I'm adding in a garbage bin, and this is gonna be like the pretend like dog poop disposal area. And so I have this log stool, and then you drop this white chocolate donut, and it's like a little doggy bag, and we can pretend their like poops are in there. I think that's kind of cute. I love how it looks when it is dropped like that, so that's why I did it. And the dog park area is looking pretty good, so we are gonna, well, first turn on all the dogs so they're moving. But now we can work on this area. So we are gonna be placing down some dirt path over here. Just the normal dirt path we've been using for the rest of the island. And we're just gonna cover all of this. And if you're interested in downloading this code, I will have it down below in the description box. It's pretty cute. I like the pink flowers. I think it looks good on my island, especially when I'm in the cherry blossom season. Right now I've been doing a whole bunch of time traveling, and I do have to go back in time because I want to make like cherry blossom DIYs, but I have like no petals. Like I used them all already. Like I collected a bunch of them, and I got a bunch of DIYs, but I ran out of petals. And I don't know, I always have difficulty collecting them, mainly because I'm bad with the net. I mean, if you've been watching my channel, you know, like, I am really bad at catching bugs, to be honest. But this is it all laid out. We have the fence, and we have our dirt path, and right now I'm going to place some, like, bushes and flowers over here. And don't worry, I do have furniture items to go, like, where the dirt path is. It is also, like, a couple days later in-game. Like, I was building this, and then I got distracted, and then I ate dinner, and then 3 days passed, but we are finishing this build. And I'm also decorating this, like, pathway towards the campsite. Of course, need my flowers. Honestly, I am running pretty low on pink flowers and purple flowers, which is pretty crazy because not too long ago, my beach was covered in them, and I was thinking about, like, selling them because I was like, oh my god, I have so many flowers, it's ridiculous. But as I decorate my island, I'm running low, and the way I'm placing them is not ideal for them to be breeding, so it is kind of difficult to get a bunch of flowers. And I even had the, like, what's it called, the flower boom ordinance or whatever, I had that on, but still I was not getting a bunch of flowers. So, you know, we'll have to stick with a lot of white flowers and like a few pink flowers occasionally. Anyways, I wasn't entirely sure how I was going to decorate this area because I don't know a lot about Norma at all. So we're just going to do, like, I don't know, kind of more of a basic yard. We have some plants, we have some duck decoys, which kind of fit the theme of Pate because she's a duck and not really Norma, but I really love duck decoys, and we are by the water, so I felt like it was fitting. And we have a little water faucet. We can pretend maybe she fills up her watering can to water her plants. And another puppy plushie, because why not? They're right by the dog park. And we are also going to be decorating this beach area. Usually, I do leave the beach for last and, like, do them all in one go. But I don't know, I had all of this, like, beach items that I've been ordering because I've been, like, preparing to do the beach, and I was like, I might as well start decorating the beach. It is kind of fun to decorate the beach with all, like, little tiny, like, different ideas that I get from Pinterest. This time around, I do want to decorate the beach like a beach, and by that I mean, like, using these lounge chairs and a lot of shell items, especially this one with the pink color on it. I think it's so freaking cute. So we're gonna use that a bunch, and a lot of those double lounges and a beach towel. So that is the plan for the beaches. I might add, like, a rave concert area on the other side of the beach. Not in this video, of course, but I've been just, like, collecting DJ equipment, and I think it'd be pretty cool to, like, have a big beach bonfire area over there. So, but that'll be in another video, of course. So right now we're, like, finishing off this yard. We have a cute little table and some chairs that kind of match the color. Originally I had them in white, and I didn't like them in white because they didn't match the wood of the table. They still don't really, but I mean it's better than the white. We are adding a couple more decorations to the beach because we have glow moss and wheat fields, which I love using wheat fields on the beach. I don't know what it's called, the beach grass or like marshy area. I really love the look of that, so I always add a bunch of wheat fields to my beaches, like in all of my islands. So really we are just continuing down the beach area, and we're gonna go to, I think, around Bob's house and just finish up the area. I have a cute little tent, and we can put like a book, and that's pretty cute. I'm gonna keep the palm trees, but I think I'm gonna move them so you can actually see what's going on a little better. But that is what I'm doing now. We have another lounge. It is in a different color. I think this one is also cute, the white and pink, and that other one was like a brighter pink. So that is pretty adorable. And we'll add another little sitting area right over here. Can't really see because the palm tree's in the way, but we're just adding one of those Morocco tables and then a chair. We have a little drink and some glow moss, and it's really coming together. We are almost done with the beach. We're just adding our finishing wheat fields and flowers to just fill in the area. It is a lot of using the same items over and over again, mainly because these are my favorite items, especially the gyroids. I always use them in the builds, and I love using the duck decoys. As I said earlier, usually I use them in a different color, but since this island is mainly like pink and white and some blue, I decided to use the white because it kind of looks like, not swans because swans have big necks, but like, I guess white ducks. And they're pretty cute and match the island. Well, we are all done. Let's go look at the area we just decorated. So we have the adorable dog park. We have Norma's yard, Pate's yard temporarily, and we have the beautiful beach area. I love the lounge chairs. I love all the pink. I think it looks so cute. And thank you so much if you made it to the end of this video. You're the best. I hope this gave you good inspiration for your island, and I hope you enjoyed the video overall. Alright, if you could leave a like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you in the next video. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video we are going to be decorating my yard and Cody's yard. So in our last video we decorated the museum area, and our houses are right behind that, as you can see. So I did already decorate the outside and inside of Cody's house. I lost the footage, I can't find it. So that's his house. It is kind of matching with mine, but it has like a little reef on the door. So the first thing we are going to do is start laying down some pathing, and we're just going to use our normal like dirt path. And I do have the code down below if you're interested in it. And we are just going to make some paths that connect my house and his house and then connect up to the museum. Very easy, very simple. I am making it kind of like wider so we can have some items on top of it, but not super big. And to the right of my house, I'm also going to make a like practical like DIY storage area, because I like to have my crafting table and my big storage right next to my house. So this area is also going to have a little bit of dirt path, and this is where I'll put my crafting table, or my DIY bench, sorry, and my storage. So this is the typical like dirt path that we use for the rest of the island, as you can see in the background. We've used it for most of the builds. There's a couple that we didn't use a lot of it, like the museum, because we used a lot of the wood path for the museum, but most of the other areas use this. I think it's pretty cute. I did follow a tutorial online, so it is pretty easy to make. and we're just gonna fill in with some like filler areas, like the like circle of flowers and the like branches. I don't know if you can really tell, but it's like branches and leaves. And we have some fencing over here, which I thought looked pretty cute, just to like, I don't know, enclose the area just a little bit. And we do have Red's art studio in the background, and if you're interested in watching how I built Red's studio or the museum, those will also be on the playlist. This is the Applecore island, so just go to the Applecore playlist, but it'll also be linked down below in the description, and you can watch all those videos. But for the theme of this area, I kind of wanted it to be like a yard, I guess. So we have like a lawn chair, and we have some cookies out, so me and Cody can sit back, eat our cookies. And I have this really cute little plastic pool, and I thought that looked really cute with the area because it's pink and it matches, our houses and stuff. And we have some bottles, so it's gonna be kind of basic. Pretty much just using what I have in my storage. We have a little bubble machine, which I thought was pretty cute. So, if you've been keeping up with this island, Applecore, this is one of the last builds that we are going to be doing, other than the beach and Apple's yard and the bamboo, like, rock garden thing. But the rock garden is, like, very simple. It's just, like, the rocks. So, we are almost done. We only have a couple more episodes left on this island. I do want to do at least one more villager hunt because I want to try to get Apple one last time, and if we don't get her, we'll just have to move on. And I think that'll be okay because honestly, I really do love all of the villagers on this island right now. I think they fit really well. They're cute. So I wouldn't be totally upset if we kept everyone we do have already. So that is the little update on the island. We're going to be doing the beaches shortly. Right now, I am trying to order a bunch of beach items because I want the beach to be very like beach-like. I know in my other beach building videos, I have like a bunch of other ideas like shops and a flea market. I'm gonna keep it kind of simple this time. I think the only area we have is like a rave, like party area, and then the rest will just be like simple, very easy beach ideas. So stay tuned for that video. Also, I need to decorate the inside of my house, which is my favorite part because I love decorating interiors. So we are also in the process of ordering stuff and furniture for the interior. And this time around, it is a lot harder to get items like I have in the past because I use a lot of treasure islands. And this island, we didn't use any treasure islands for our items. We've been just getting them ourselves, so it's been taking a little bit longer. Also, I've been very distracted with Stardew Valley. I get these spurts of wanting to play Stardew Valley, and then I'll play for like a week straight and not play anything else. So I'm just now coming out of that, so sorry about that. Because I know I haven't been posting as many shorts. I've been kind of trying to lean away from shorts. While they are like kind of easy to make, I don't know, I just don't really like short form content. Like I tried doing TikTok and I kind of hated using TikTok. I did have some really good videos like kind of blow up on TikTok, but I don't know, I just don't like it. So I'm not going to be posting a lot of shorts. I'm going to try to stick to long form content or even like long plays. Anyways, back to the build. We are really just filling in the area with flowers and trees, glow moss. Also, you see this pipe? I love this item. It is amazing. And if you're not using it, you should definitely try to utilize it. It's really convenient because if you put two pipes on your island, they'll like pretty much connect up. So when I jump into the pipe, I go by resident services, and it's just really convenient for me because then I don't have to like run across my whole island. So I love that. It does kind of stick out like a sore thumb, especially if your island doesn't use the color green. I mean, it doesn't look too bad on my island because we do use a lot of green, but I could see how like on a different island it might look kind of weird. Of course, we are using some gyroids. I love them, and I have so many of them in my storage, it's crazy. And we have the little car, and in Cody's yard, we put a little slide and a little table and chairs, which I thought was pretty cute and simple. And we are pretty much finishing up the build, just placing down the rest of my glow moss and my pink flowers, which I am running desperately low on. But thankfully, we're almost done with the island, and we don't need like millions of flowers anymore. So we can kind of get away with just using a couple here and there. So if you made it all the way to this part of the video, thank you so much. I know most people only make it to the halfway point, but I would like to say that I would love to do some island tours. So if you want me to tour your island sometime and make a video, or not make a video, it's up to you. I'd love to see other people's islands. So if you want to put your dream address in the comments, I'd love to see it. Especially if you're using like any of the codes that I made, I would love to see it because that's amazing, okay? Anyways, I am checking my mail right now because I did order some stuff. It is kind of full. Honestly, it's been worse. It has been worse, but I've been ordering stuff off and on, and I'm going to use some of those items here, like these garden lanterns, which are very cute. Probably in my top 5 favorite items. I love to use those. And we're going to decorate up here just a little bit. Just our basic decorating with a couple codes. And sorry my bushes aren't grown. I haven't had like any area to grow them, so they are just sprouts. I will try at the end to time travel so they'll be nice and grown. And let's go for our tour of our finished cute yard. I'm not sure what you would consider it. It's very yardcore with the flamingos and the lawn chairs. I think it's pretty cute. I love the little car and the gyroids. I think it's a more simple build, very achievable, I think. Super cute, a lot of pink. And thank you so much for watching. I hope you leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And I will see you in the next video. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video we are going to be decorating my entire house in Animal Crossing. So we have been working on this island, Applecore, for a couple months now, like 4 months, I think, 5 months, I don't know. So I've been ordering quite a bit of items. I've been collecting rugs, and I have completed the Happy Home Paradise DLC, and I unlocked Wardell's catalog, so I've had access to plenty of items, and this house is pretty much just a big collection of items that I have, and I'm trying to mash them together to make a cohesive looking house. I know some of the items do not match, like the patchwork chair, but I thought it was really cute, and I felt it fit better in this space because it was either that or I used like 3 white couches, and I wasn't a big fan of that idea because I wanted to use my white couch for a different area in the house. I also have a couple of cat trees that I'm going to place around in different rooms because in real life I have 2 cats, so I love to incorporate like cat items into my gameplay because I love cats. So we have a couple cat items. We're going to be using a lot of cute items and a lot of pink, some blue. That's pretty much the theme. We're kind of going off of my island theme and maybe a little bit of cottagecore. Also, I do apologize if my voice sounds a little bit weird. I have had a sore throat like all day, but I really needed to record this video, so I'm just gonna power through it. And for an update for this island, if you've been following this island, we are still trying to get Pate to move off this island because I want one more villager hunt to look for Apple, and then we'll decorate her yard. But that will be in a video when Pate decides to move off. I have been doing quite a bit of time traveling. Like the other day, I got on, and I was looking and I was like, dang, I'm already in July of of this year. That's pretty crazy because we've been like traveling back and forth between April and May, but I got all the way to July. So a little bit crazy that we've been time traveling so much and still have not gotten Pate to move off. Like, she is not asked at all, which is crazy to me because she's asked in the past and I, said no. And now that I want her to move off, she doesn't want to move off. So here is the finished living room. I think it's pretty cute. I really like the floors. It's probably one of my favorite floors. Pretty adorable. And we're going to start working on this area back here, which is going to be a bathroom. I did play around with some of the tiles beforehand to figure out what I wanted this room to be, and it's just going to be a little bathroom. I was thinking of maybe adding a bathroom to like the master bedroom, like my bedroom, but I figured I have so many rooms, I might as well just make one big bathroom, and I have the huge pink tile tub, and I really wanted to use that. And I also have a washer, which was pretty expensive, but also it's in pink, so of course I have to use it. We're going to be using a lot of pink stuff, obviously. And right now I'm trying to figure out where to place everything because I really wanted to place this clothes rack because we're having like our washer and like ironing board. So I figured we would want our clothes hanging up, but I just couldn't figure out how to make it look good. So I kept going back and forth with that. And throughout building this, I realized I didn't buy enough like ceiling decorations or like lights. So I do run pretty low on those items, but I do think that these rooms do come out pretty well for what I had. But I would like to say it did take quite a bit to collect all of these items, especially because I didn't use any treasure islands for items on this island. So all of these items I got through buying them from the catalog and then going to Cyrus and then getting them color changed because a lot of them were just like not in the color that I liked, and that takes a long time. If you're doing that like manually, it takes a while because you have to go through so many like conversations with him. But I was trying to figure out if I liked the flooring at the end of this build, but I ended up just going back to what we had because it ended up being the best anyways. So here is our cute little bathroom featuring my little snow globe. It's like an ocean globe. I love that item. And we have some gyroids on the wall. Adorable. So over here is going to be our spare bedroom. And it's going to be very girly and pink and a lot of dreamy items. And we have this custom code Apple bed, which I thought was kind of hilarious since we don't actually have Apple on this island yet. To have a bunch of items with her face on it is just so funny to me. Also, if you want her custom code face, I have it as my flag, but if you want, I can put my creator code in the description. So if you want a custom flag of Apple, you can definitely have it, and you can customize your beds with it. You can put it on the ground. You can do whatever you want with it. Also, stay tuned because either next week or early the week after, I'm going to be posting my full tour of my island. So if you are excited to see how my whole island turned out, I'll have my dream address. You could explore it yourself, but I'll go in depth and we'll walk around and look at all the areas and reminisce. So the tour will not be the end of the island, potentially. Well, I mean, it depends if we get Apple, like in the near future, like tomorrow. But if we don't, we will keep this island alive till we find her. I repeat, we are keeping this island up and running till we find Apple. So this is my spare bedroom. Adorable, cute. And let's go over here to the kitchen. But don't worry, I will be starting a new island on my second Switch, so there'll still be a new island happening very soon. Don't worry about that. We'll keep this one up and running till we find her, and we'll see how it goes. So this is going to be the kitchen, and I have a bunch of pink, white, blue items, of course. I'm using my favorite flooring. I have that big cooler, and then like the water cooler thing. So originally I kind of wanted the kitchen to be the big room, like upstairs, but I felt like it was way too big to be a kitchen, and I didn't have enough kitchen stuff. So I had to make this little room a kitchen, which I think works out in the end because I don't know what I would have made this room otherwise because this room is so tiny. So we're adding a table with some bar stools. We're going to pretend that's like the bar. I mean, that table is kind of bar height, so it makes sense. We'll add a couple little decorations. We'll add the kitty plush, adorable. And I have a bunch of appliances like the microwave, the toaster, and then the mixer, which are pretty cute. I love the coloring. We are using some mugs, and I think this kitchen came out really cute. I'm just gonna add some decorations on the walls. So we have like a clock, the broom. We're also gonna add like the knives and like the pots and pans. We also have a little cabinet, which I thought was super cute. But that is pretty much it for this room. Maybe a couple rugs and some overhead lighting is a must in a kitchen. So we're gonna make sure to add some of that. So I'm running very low on lamps. So we will use the stained glass one, which is so cute. I love anything stained glass. Love it. And this is the finished kitchen. I thought it came out pretty cute. I love the pink. I love the colors so much. And yeah, pretty adorable. Would definitely have this kitchen in real life if I could. Maybe a sink would be a good addition. Okay, this is going to be my bedroom. It is one of the biggest rooms other than the basement. It's going to be very pink, and I'm using some striped carpet because it's adorable. And for this room, I really wanted it to include all of my actual hobbies in real life. So we have a computer, a second desk, and we're gonna have a lot of like tables and surfaces for all of my crafts, because in real life I do a lot of arts and crafts. I paint, I draw, I used to sew. I used to have a sewing machine, and I got rid of it when I moved like out of state. But eventually I will get another one and I'll sew again, maybe one day. So I have a bunch of items in the middle of the room right now, and I'm trying to organize them to see where they fit. And of course I have the lava lamp, which is adorable. And this is where I wanted to use the third white couch, because this room is so big. Like, you might as well have another little seating area in this room. I'm using a lot of dolls and like bears, dreamy items, the little dollhouse, which I thought was super cute. And as you can see, I did use the paint set and some of the little sewing items. A little pink sewing machine, which I would love to have a pink sewing machine in real life. I think it'd be adorable. The one I used to have was like an antique Singer sewing machine that was like built into the table. And if you're not into sewing, you probably don't know what I'm talking about, but it was very, very old. Very old. And the needles would always like come unaligned somehow, and my stitches would be all messed up. I mean, it could be user error. It really could be, but I'm pretty sure it was just really old and needed to be like worked on. So it wasn't a huge loss. I do miss it though, because I did make some really cute clothes when I did have that sewing machine, and I kind of just battled through all of the complications that I had. But anyways, back to the build. We are putting a bunch of decorations on the walls. We have a couple of the cork boards and some of KK Slider's albums, which I love to collect those and order them every day. So that's what I usually do in game. By the end of decorating my islands, I usually end up with like duplicates of them because I just order them every single day. Well, mostly every single day. So I end up with a bunch of them and I decorate my house with them. So that is pretty much it on that. So we are really just finishing up this room. I was trying to figure out where to put this divider. It ended up not working out. But the last thing I'm going to do is change the lighting to be pink. And I think that really adds to the vibe in this room. I think it's so cute, adorable. And it has the cat tree, a super cool gamer desk. Honestly, my computer does not look like that. I have one monitor, but maybe one day I'll have 4. Who knows? And we have a cute little TV, well, a big TV, and I think it's super cute. So the next room we're gonna be doing is this basement, and usually by the time I get to the basement, well, sometimes I do attics. By the time I get to the last really big room, I usually just make it into like a garage basement storage space, and I'll use a bunch of random items. So we have workout equipment, a gaming table, a toilet, which is kind of a joke around where I live because there's like this ongoing thing where wherever you are in this city, doesn't matter where you rent or buy a house, there's always a toilet in the basement. And it's not like, oh, there's a bathroom in the basement, it's just a toilet. And recently they were doing some work on our downstairs neighbor's house, and I went into the basement and there was a closet that I never opened, and there was just a toilet in there and no sink, no light, and it was like so disgusting. And I was like, what the heck? This is like 100 years old toilet in our basement that we didn't even know existed. I'm surprised because most of the pictures I see online of the houses around me, the toilet is not in any type of room, like no room dividers. It's just like a random toilet. So that is why I added that toilet in the corner of the room, because I just thought it was kind of silly. Long explanation, sorry. But we're adding a bunch of stuff in this room, like random gyroids that I have, some more KK slider albums. I really liked the workout equipment. Originally, I was going to use the workout equipment for Cody's house because he likes to work out, but I ended up going a different direction for his house. So I had those to use, and I find it difficult to find enough surfaces to put all this junk on. So I used the boxes, the tables, even some stools. I added a trash can, which I thought was pretty fitting, and we'll add some rugs. See, I feel like this is a very functional basement in general. Like, you can work out, you can store your lawnmower, you can go to the bathroom. The last thing I really wanted to add was some clothes on the walls, which I don't usually use clothes as decoration other than like in like clothes stores at the Happy Home Paradise. But I have a lot of clothes that I don't use, so I figured I would use them on the wall, dim the lights a little bit, and this is the basement. I think it's okay. I'm not gonna say it's cute because it's definitely not. I like the bike on the wall and the teddy bear, and it's a very interesting room, just full with a bunch of junk. And I hope you enjoyed watching me decorate my house. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and hit the notification bell if you want to be notified when I post next, because we are going to be touring this island pretty soon. Alright guys, I'll see you in the next one. Bye! Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video, we are going to be doing a couple of things. The first thing I want to do is fix up this area right here, and I intend to make a rock garden. So as you can see, a lot of these clips are from almost 3 weeks ago because I've been working on this garden for 3 weeks. So right now I'm planning out where I want the rocks so I can put some pathing around it. I am following a guide that I found online, and this is the placement of the rocks. And now I'm going to be placing down some rock path, or like cobblestone, whatever you want to call it. This is just the in-game path, and I think it looks pretty cute, and I imagine all the rocks would be where the holes are. I just have to cover up the holes, and that's where I want my rocks to spawn. Oh yeah, so if you're interested in watching the other parts of the video first, or anything like that, I do have all the timestamps down below in the description. If you just want to watch me decorate the beach or Apple's yard, the timestamps will be down below. So right now I was just hitting all of the rocks around my island, and I've been time traveling, and this was the first time I got my first rock, and I was very happy that it spawned. And then I found some more rocks over here on Apple's yard. And that's really what prompted me to decorate her yard, because they just kept spawning everywhere I didn't want them. So every day I would just, time travel and then hit more rocks. I ended up leaving like the rocks and all that stuff. Like eventually I was just like getting tired of it. So then I got my second rock, and that gave me a little bit more hope. But then like a couple days later, it was raining and 2 more rocks appeared in the area that we want them, but not in the correct space. But a couple days after that, we finally got 2 more rocks. So we have 4 out of the 6. And I did a lot of time traveling. I promise you, I tried my hardest to get those other 2 rocks. It just was not happening. So I decided to decorate this area without them. And this rock garden is not going to feature all of the rocks on my island, because for some ungodly reason, they did not want to spawn over here. But I do decorate this area pretty cute, and I think it doesn't really matter that there's not 6 rocks, because I think the area looks really cute, especially with the stone pond. So without those 2 rocks, there's kind of now a little entrance. Even though you can't actually use the little pond bath thing, but we can pretend you can. And maybe we can pretend that it's intentional that there's not 6 rocks. So this area is pretty simple. I just have a couple of iron benches, and I wanted to use some of the bamboo items because I got a bunch of bamboo DIYs, and I had a bunch of bamboo in my storage, so I wanted to use a few of those items. And I think this area came out pretty cute with all the flowers and a lot of green. And that is the finished rock garden. Pretty adorable. I love it. I've never really made an official rock garden before, so I think for my first try, it's pretty good. So moving on. So this was happening at the same time that I was building the rock garden, because they kept spawning over here and it was making me mad. So I was like, I'm just gonna decorate Apple's yard, even though we don't have Apple yet. I'm still waiting on Pate to ask to move off, which is pretty crazy because I time traveled a lot for that rock garden. We were all the way in July and we started in April. And like I went back and forth between April and June and July. It was pretty crazy that I did all this time traveling and she never asked during that time. Everyone else on the island asked. So we don't have Apple yet. We're still working on it, don't worry. But her yard is going to be fully decorated for when she does move on this island. So we have all of the path, we have a little picnic blanket, we have some of the flowers. I'm going to be adding a little bit more flowers, and some dreamy dolls that are adorable. Also some garden lanterns are pretty cute. And as you can tell, I have a couple of apple items, these apple chairs, which I thought fit the area pretty well, especially with the apple trees, because the only other place that I have apple trees on my island is my farm area. So I kind of wanted these to exclusively be for Apple, because I'm just going to assume that she loves apples. And maybe having a fully decorated yard will lure her into our island faster. Who knows? So I'm just filling in the area with glow moss and flowers and doll houses, the usual stuff, cute little teddy bears, my favorite. And that pretty much wraps up Apple's yard. We're just going to finish up on this cliff with a couple more flowers and a dollhouse, of course. I don't know if I've already mentioned, but after this video, we are pretty much done decorating all of the island. So this is Apple's yard. Very cute. The only thing that's missing is her, but that'll come in time, I guess. So let's start working on the beach areas. So most of my beach is already decorated. I decorated it like throughout decorating the rest of my island. So we only have a couple of areas left. So this is the area by Ione's, Mint's, and Bob's yard. And we're just going to put a little cute doll tea party, I guess. I don't know. They're drinking strawberry milk. So maybe it's just a little date. Anyways, we are already moving on to this part of the beach, which is going to be the gyroid rave, which I did talk about in previous videos. And I have a bunch of cute items like these lights. I have the DJ stand, some drums, a bunch of instruments really. And we want to make it look like a cute little rave. And the gyroids do make cute sounds and they do move and jiggle, so I thought they were perfect to use as like ravers or dancers. So that is what I'm doing. And then we'll have some instruments, and we have like a bunny playing the drums, we have a doll playing whatever that thing is, and then we have the cool turntable, which I thought was so cute, especially in the pink color. So of course using that. We have some stage lights, very adorable. This place is going to look really cute at night also because of all the little lighting. And I'm just placing some gyroids around the area. And we have this gnome with an electric guitar. And we can pretend that they're playing their music for the ravers. And we have our Cody over there. And I think he is ready to get down. Okay, moving on. This area is just going to be very beach-like. We have some of these inflatable birds, which I love them. They're so cute. They come in adorable colors. And then we have the volleyball net. I don't have any balls to put on this beach area, so we are ballless. And we do have tents, though, to make a little tent area. And we have a little campfire. I love a little tent on the beach moment. And over here, I'm going to separate these two areas with some bamboo partitions and then this carp banner. Because over here is going to be like a little coffee shop, I guess. Little coffee stand, maybe. So I do have a lot of food places on this island already. Like we have an ice cream shop, we have a food court, we have all that, but I had these tables in my inventory that I really wanted to use, so I'm going to use them now, and they have the coffee cup already on them, so I figured this would be like a beach coffee shop. And we have some dreamy dolls, and I'm going to use them as like customers, I guess, and they're going to sit on wood stools, which is pretty cute. And this is the little coffee stand, and we have some iced coffees, the espresso maker. And over here, we are just going to be putting more inflatables and some bottles. And I have this really cool lounge set, which I took to Cyrus and got the umbrella color changed. I'm not sure what you would consider. It's the patterns that you get from Able, the Able sisters. So it's not a custom code. And then we have some wheat fields, of course, another carp banner, because I thought they were pretty cute, and I spent a lot of bells on this yacht, so I had to use it. So this is going to be like a fishing area, which is pretty fitting for the beach. We have some fishing poles and little crates of fish to go with the area, and I'm using a lot of shell items around because they're adorable. And up here, I wanted to use the lighthouse because I love a good lighthouse. And we have telescope, and if you put a stone stool right here, and then we'll put our little bunny, and it looks like the bunny is looking at the stars with the telescope, which is pretty cute. And I'm just adding my finishing touches over here. More wheat fields, more duck decoys, my favorite. And we have a little storage that fit right perfect in that little spot. And we'll have a little bunny fishing. So that area is complete, our little fishing area. We have our lounge, our cafe, a little tent, our volleyball, and then our cute little rave. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And I will see you in the next video. Bye! Hello and welcome back to my channel, Cozygamer Jessa. I'm Jessa, and in today's video we are going to be doing a couple of things. The first thing I want to do is fix up this area right here, and I intend to make a rock garden. So as you can see, a lot of these clips are from almost 3 weeks ago because I've been working on this garden for 3 weeks. So right now I'm planning out where I want the rocks so I can put some pathing around it. I am following a guide that I found online, and this is the placement of the rocks. And now I'm going to be placing down some rock path, or like cobblestone, whatever you want to call it. This is just the in-game path, and I think it looks pretty cute, and I imagine all the rocks would be where the holes are. I just have to cover up the holes, and that's where I want my rocks to spawn. Oh yeah, so if you're interested in watching the other parts of the video first or anything like that, I do have all the timestamps down below in the description. If you just want to watch me decorate the beach or Apple's yard, the timestamps will be down below. So right now I was just hitting all of the rocks around my island, and I've been time traveling, and this was the first time I got my first rock, and I was very happy that it spawned. And then I found some more rocks over here on Apple's yard, and that's really what prompted me to decorate her yard, because they just kept spawning everywhere I didn't want them. So every day I would just, time travel and then hit more rocks. I ended up leaving like the rocks and all that stuff. Like eventually I was just like getting tired of it. So then I got my second rock, and that gave me a little bit more hope. But then like a couple days later, it was raining and 2 more rocks appeared in the area that we want them, but not in the correct space. But a couple days after that, we finally got 2 more rocks. So we have 4 out of the 6. And I did a lot of time traveling. I promise you, I tried my hardest to get those other 2 rocks. It just was not happening. So I decided to decorate this area without them. And this rock garden is not going to feature all of the rocks on my island, because for some ungodly reason, they did not want to spawn over here. But I do decorate this area pretty cute, and I think it doesn't really matter that there's not 6 rocks, because I think the area looks really cute, especially with the stone pond. So without those 2 rocks, there's kind of now a little entrance, even though you can't actually use the little pond bath thing, but we can pretend you can, and maybe we can pretend that it's intentional that there's not 6 rocks. So this area is pretty simple. I just have a couple of iron benches, and I wanted to use some of the bamboo items because I got a bunch of bamboo DIYs, and I had a bunch of bamboo in my storage, so I wanted to use a few of those items. And I think this area came out pretty cute with all the flowers and a lot of green. And that is the finished rock garden. Pretty adorable. I love it. I've never really made an official rock garden before, so I think for my first try, it's pretty good. So moving on. So this was happening at the same time that I was building the rock garden, because they kept spawning over here and it was making me mad. So I was like, I'm just gonna decorate Apple's yard, even though we don't have Apple yet. I'm still waiting on Pate to ask to move off, which is pretty crazy because I time traveled a lot for that rock garden. We were all the way in July, and we started in April. And like I went back and forth between April and June and July. It was pretty crazy that I did all this time traveling and she never asked during that time. Everyone else on the island asked. So we don't have Apple yet. We're still working on it, don't worry. But her yard is going to be fully decorated for when she does move on this island. So we have all of the path, we have a little picnic blanket, we have some of the flowers. I'm going to be adding a little bit more flowers, and some dreamy dolls that are adorable. Also, some garden lanterns are pretty cute. And as you can tell, I have a couple of apple items, these apple chairs, which I thought fit the area pretty well, especially with the apple trees, because the only other place that I have apple trees on my island is my like farm area. So I kind of wanted these to exclusively be for Apple, because I'm just going to assume that she loves apples, and maybe having a fully decorated yard will lure her into our island faster. Who knows? So I'm just filling in the area with glow moss and flowers and doll houses, the usual stuff, cute little teddy bears, my favorite. And that pretty much wraps up Apple's yard. We're just going to finish up on this cliff with a couple more flowers and a dollhouse, of course. I don't know if I've already mentioned, but after this video, we are pretty much done decorating all of the island. So this is Apple's yard. Very cute. The only thing that's missing is her, but that'll come in time, I guess. So let's start working on the beach areas. So most of my beach is already decorated. I decorated it like throughout decorating the rest of my island. So we only have a couple of areas left. So this is the area by Ione's, Mint's, and Bob's yard. And we're just going to put a little cute doll tea party, I guess. I don't know. They're drinking strawberry milk, so maybe it's just a little date. Anyways, we are already moving on to this part of the beach, which is going to be the gyroid rave, which I did talk about in previous videos. And I have a bunch of cute items, like these lights. I have the DJ stand, some drums, a bunch of instruments, really. And we want to make it look like a cute little rave. And the gyroids do make cute sounds, and they do move and jiggle, so I thought they were perfect to use as like ravers or dancers. So that is what I'm doing. And then we'll have some instruments, and we have like a bunny playing the drums, we have a doll playing whatever that thing is, and then we have the cool turntable, which I thought was so cute, especially in the pink color. So of course using that. We have some stage lights, very adorable. This place is going to look really cute at night also because of all the little lighting. And I'm just placing some gyroids around the area. And we have this gnome with a electric guitar. And we can pretend that they're playing their music for the ravers. And we have our Cody over there. And I think he is ready to get down. Okay, moving on. This area is just going to be very beach-like. We have some of these inflatable birds, which I love them. They're so cute. They come in adorable colors. And then we have the volleyball net. I don't have any balls to put on this beach area, so we are ballless. And we do have tents, though, to make a little tent area. And we have a little campfire. I love a little tent on the beach moment. And over here, I'm going to separate these two areas with some bamboo partitions and then this carp banner, because over here is going to be like a little coffee shop, I guess, little coffee stand maybe. So I do have a lot of food places on this island already. Like we have an ice cream shop, we have a food court, we have all that, but I had these tables in my inventory that I really wanted to use, so I'm going to use them now, and they have the coffee cup already on them, so I figured this would be like a beach coffee shop. And we have some dreamy dolls, and I'm going to use them as like customers, I guess, and they're going to sit on wood stools, which is pretty cute. And this is the little coffee stand, and we have some iced coffees, the espresso maker. And over here, we are just going to be putting more inflatables and some bottles. And I have this really cool lounge set, which I took to Cyrus and got the umbrella color changed. I'm not sure what you would consider. It's the patterns that you get from Able, the Able sisters. So it's not a custom code. And then we have some wheat fields, of course, another carp banner.
because I thought they were pretty cute, and I spent a lot of bells on this yacht, so I had to use it. So this is going to be like a fishing area, which is pretty fitting for the beach. We have some fishing poles and little crates of fish to go with the area. And I'm using a lot of shell items around because they're adorable. And up here, I wanted to use the lighthouse because I love a good lighthouse. And we have telescope, and if you put a stone stool right here, and then we'll put our little bunny, and it looks like the bunny is looking at the stars with the telescope, which is pretty cute. And I'm just adding my finishing touches over here. More wheat fields, more duck decoys, my favorite. And we have a little storage that fit right perfect in that little spot. And we'll have a little bunny fishing. So that area is complete, our little fishing area. We have our lounge, our cafe, a little tent, our volleyball, and then our cute little rave. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And I will see you in the next video. Bye!